The competitors in the first of our walk events, the 3,000 metres for men. We will introduce the field once they are underway. Oh, no, I just asked. Nice one. Hello, food and all. So underway now in the first of our track events for the South Melbourne Physio Junior Track and Field Championships for 2026. This is the combined walk event for men. In our under-13 competition, we have 3 starters. Station 1 has from Casey Cardinia, Tom Guastella. Station 2 from Knox, it is Logan Allison. Oliver Crow from Knox in Station 3. In our under-14 walk, 1 competitor, Charlie Wright from Eureka. In the under-15 competition, we have 3 starters from Williamstown, Fita Diaz in 5. In 6, we have from Whittlesea City, Harrison Ryan. Tate McQueen from Eaglehawk is in Station 7. In the under-16 competition, Angus Shuttleworth from Knox in Station 8. And rounding out the field in 9 is from Athletics Essendon, Tate Jardine. And it is Shuttleworth off to a very good start at the moment. In pursuit, that looks like it's Oliver Crow from the Knox Club. So a 1-2 for the Knox team at the moment. Chasing pack forming there. Bit of a gap then back to Tate Jardine from Essendon. Then we have Charlie Wright alongside Harrison Ryan. So we'll give you updates throughout the course of this 3,000 metre walk with Angus Shuttleworth out by about 40 metres already in the opening lap. Angus Shuttleworth still leading the way here as he comes down to get 6 laps to go. So he's got a 12.52 as his best time. He's been moving up to the longer distances, 49.40 for 10K during this season for Angus. So the 3K dropping down in distance for him on the track here, and he is really moving along beautifully in the early stages. In the under-13 competition, Oliver Crowell from Knox, he comes through to get 6 to go as well. Tate McQueen from Eaglehawk, wearing the 2 blue colours, and then in the Victorian uniform, not far behind him is Afita Diaz from Williamstown, so those 2 are vying for the under-15 championship. Second currently in the under-13 Logan Allison, and third Tom Guastella from Casey Cadinia. Looking down the track, it's our Eureka runner there, Charlie Wright, the sole competitor in the under-14s. Tate Jardine in next position. He's also in the under-16s alongside Shuttleworth. And Harrison Ryan from Whittlesea, also out on track at the moment. We're seeing coming around into the home straight now, Angus Shuttleworth approaching the 1 kilometre mark.
And on the back straight, competition is underway in the women's under-17 long jump. Full field of 15 in Station 1 from Casey Cardinia. We welcome Jessica Barwick. Station 2 from Athletics Southwest is Sakura Riley. She placed 3rd in the under-16 long jump last year. Station number 3 from Albury, Anna Mercer. Station number 4 from Eaglehawk, Madeline Beaton. Station number 5 from Essendon is Avery Hutchin. Station number 6 from Glen Huntly, Talia Francina. Station 7 from Mornington Peninsula is Nisha Richards. Station 8 from Glen Huntly, Ella Bowen. Station 9 from Springvale is Cassandra Main. Station 10 from Glen Huntly, the silver medalist from the long jump last year, Lucia Shaw. Station 11 from Mentone, Lexi Brown. Station 12, our gold medalist from the under-16 long jump last year from Corio, Sienna Belinsky. Station 13 from Glen Huntly, Samantha Fidel. Station 14 from Wendouree, Olivia Papagiorgio. And in Station 15 from Casey is Alara Cole. That's the big field of 15 in the women's under-17 long jump.
Thanks, Glenn. And back on track, Shuttleworth through that first kilometre in just over 4:03. This Victorian state record's 12:32. So if he can keep this pacing up, we've got a good chance here for Angus Shuttleworth to take Nathan Brill's record that dates back to 2011. So we'll keep an eye on the clock as Angus comes around. He'll be approaching four laps to go now. So he's approaching the halfway mark.
And our final field event starting at 5:30 will be the women's under-16 discus. Station 1 from Ringwood, Eloise Fox. Station 2 from Geelong is Willow Gross. Station 3, our gold medalist from the discus in the under-15 competition last year from Athletics Southwest, Alexis Pickford. Station 4 from Box Hill, Sienna Gordian. Station 5 from St Kevin's, the bronze medalist from the discus in the under-15 competition last year, Nawita Dalal from St Kevin's. Station 6 from Knox, Tabitha Hutman. 7 will be from Box Hill, bronze medalist from the under-14 javelin, Gemma Marone. Station 8 from Geelong Guild, Samantha Miles. And in Station 9, the silver medalist from the under-14 discus from Gippsland, Brooklyn Wyatt.
So going through the halfway mark, 6:08 for Angus Shuttleworth, so definitely on target here for a new Victorian state record. 12:35 is that time he'll be after. Second position on the track still is Oliver Crowell from Knox. So moving along very nicely in that under-13 competition. 14:25 is Angus Shuttleworth's record in that age grouping. So Shuttleworth now starting to come through the field, so he's got a few targets to chase here. And we'll be virtually, once he gets towards Crowell, we'll be lapping the whole field. But coming down, looking at 3 laps to go. So that's 4 to go there for Tate McQueen. Also Theta Diaz. But Angus Shuttleworth looking very good as he approaches 3 laps out. 8:14 through the 2 kilometre mark there for Angus Shuttleworth. So still on target to take a new Victorian record here. Just needs to hold it steady. So 8:14 requires about a 4:18 would still give him that record. So Angus Shuttleworth looking good here this afternoon. Could be seeing a new Victorian record as he comes through and virtually lapping the entire field here. So it's still on the track. Oliver Crowell in second position. Just a bit of a community service announcement as well. So we do require a few more club helpers. Doncaster, we require 1. Also 1 from Glen Huntly, 2 from Mentone, 1 from South Melbourne, and 1 from Western Athletics. So if those club helpers could please report into the Kathy Freeman room, that would be appreciated. Still a great battle here between Tate McQueen and Fita Diaz. They're both in the under-15 competition. Ryan Harrison, the other competitor there. Coming through now, Logan Allison from Knox. He's also in the under-13s. Oliver Crowell still leading that competition. So going past the water jump, second last time here, Angus Shuttleworth from Knox. 500 metres out on this 3 kilometre journey. Just has a quick look at his watch and he'll see that he still has time in the bank here for that Victorian record that stood since 2011. So 12:32, obviously still subject to our judges. But Angus Shuttleworth will hear the sound of the bell. So looking quite comfortable now. Angus hits the bell, 10:49 on the clock. He's now ahead of all of the field by 1 lap, as we see second place on the track at the moment is Oliver Crowell coming through. He'll be getting 2 laps to go. And that'll be 3 to go there for Tate Jartine, also in the under-16 competition. But down the back straight, last time here, Angus Shuttleworth. Let's really support this young walker. He already has a few Victorian records, but can he add to that list here today in the under-16 competition? Definitely time in the bank as he goes down the back straight. He can really concentrate on good walking form. Great competition still between the 2 leaders in our under 15 competition. Tate McQueen has headed Fita Diaz all the way, but Diaz never had losing contact here as they go through to get 2 laps to go. So 12 minutes on the clock now. 12:32 is that record. As we see Angus Shuttleworth coming through. He's got 22 seconds to in the home straight here to break that record, unofficially at this stage, obviously. As we see Angus Shuttleworth coming through, looking like a very good performance, very good form as he comes into the home straight. And Shuttleworth will be stopping the clock. It'll be just under the 12:30 mark. So it looks like we've got a new Victorian state record here, subject to our judges. But Angus Shuttleworth, what a performance over 3 kilometres to start this South Melbourne Physio Victorian Junior Track and Field Championships with a new record. So about to get the bell now, it is Oliver Crowell from Knox. He has a best time or seed time here of 16:03. So 13:20 on the clock as he goes through with 1 lap to go. Still a good battle in this under-15 competition. McQueen and Diaz still locked together. Feet are just going a little bit wider on this lap, so it looks like a passing move is happening right now, as they'll also be coming down to get 1 lap to go. So Fede Diaz from Williamstown just getting a few metres now up on Tate McQueen from Eaglehawk. They've got very similar seed times here. And that's the way this race has panned out for them. But is Fede Diaz now making that move to try and take victory in that under-15 competition? Charlie Wright, next one through here. There'll be 2 laps to go, I believe. As we see, Logan Allison. He is in the under-13 competition, currently on the track, coming second to Oliver Crow, with Tom Costella from Casey Cardinia coming down now to also hear the sound of the bell. Into the home straight last time though, Oliver Crow from Knox. 16:03 is his seed time. It's going to be well and truly under that here this afternoon. So good walking. Our first 2 place getters representing the Knox Club. And it will be Oliver Crow taking line honours here in the under-13 3,000 metre race walk, subject to our judges. And he'll be under the 15:30 mark. So nice walking there from Oliver Crow. 15:27 unofficially. So big break here from Fede Diaz. He was sitting there with Tate McQueen for much of the journey. And he'll be coming through to be the first finisher in the under-15 competition. So stopping the clock around the 15:56, just under the 16-minute mark there. Fede Diaz from Williamstown. And Jardine will be next through with 1 lap to go. And then we'll have Tate McQueen. He'll be finishing off the under-15 competition. So 1 to go for Jardine. And McQueen from Eaglehawk, he'll be coming through. 16:26 unofficial there. And not too far behind him. Second place on the track at the moment, Logan Allison for Knox in the under-13s. And he'll stop the clock around 16:37. And in the very good under-13 competition, our next one through will be Tom Costella. And he's looking at that clock and he'd love to get that sub-17. So Costella into the final stretch here. Probably just going to be right on the 17-minute mark there for Costella. So 1 to go for our under-14 competitor, Charlie Wright, into the last lap. Harrison Ryan coming through. I think he'll be getting the bell here. As Tate Jardine will be our second finisher on the track here for the under-16 competition. And approaching the finish in the under-14 competition, Charlie Wright from Eureka. $19.42 unofficially there for Charlie. As we look down the back straight, and Harrison 250 metres out in this 3,000 metre walk event. And Harrison Ryan now approaching the finish line here, our Whittlesea City walker. And he'll be rounding out the under-15 competition. We'll still be waiting for our judges' call on the walks, but could well be looking at a new Victorian state record here this afternoon at Lakeside Stadium.
There's a judge somewhere. Oh no, it's the other one. Yeah, they've all gone home. Yep. Girls, out on the track.
So the next event on the track will be our combined women's 3,000 metre walk. We'll once again introduce our field once they're underway. So underway now in our combined 3,000 metre walk for the girls. And in the under-13 competition, 2 starters. Station 1 has Alaska Bremner from Athletics Southwest. Station 2 from Glen Huntley, Anna Dubar. In the under-14 competition, we have 5 starters. Station 3 from Wellington Athletics, Pippa Reid. Annika Downey from Eureka takes Station 4. Indigo Marshall Moody from Mornington Peninsula in 5. Station 6 has from Williamstown, Kobe Lewis. And in 7 from Athletics Essendon, Ella Harris. In the under-15 competition, 3 starters in Station 8 from Casey Cardinia, Addison Franken, Caitlin Shipman from Knox in 9, and in Station 10 from Albury Athletics, it's Bethany Fransky. And rounding out the field in Station 11, Maya McClure from Whittlesea City, Harper Cassidy from Shepparton, and Havana Ali from Athletics Essendon in the under-16 competition. So 13 starters all up in the combined event, with Maya McClure at the moment from Whittlesea leading the way. We'll just throw now to Ella, who'll do a bit of an update from the field.
Our women's under-18 shot put has concluded outside in the warm-up track. Maddie Tarabay adds another gold medal to that tally with a massive throw of 14.06. In second place from Sandringham, Fernanda, and from Williamstown with the bronze medal with a big throw of 11.47, Amani Marahuhu.
Maddie Tarabay continuing on her gold medal ways in the shot put here. As we see Maya McClure at the moment, she's already out over that first lap and a bit. Leading the under-16 competition. So Myers fresh off victory at the Australian All Schools in the under-15 competition. Second in the under-15 walk at the Victorian Champs last year. Havana Ali in next position. She was second in the All Schools. Third in the All Schools. And also third in the 3,000 metre walk here in the Victorian Champs in 2025. Not too far off the back of her is Indigo Marshall Moody from Mornington. And in the under-13 competition, Alaska Bremner from the Athletics Southwest Club, sitting in fourth position on the track and leading the under-13 competition in the early stages.
Looks like we've got quite a big field in those under-14 race walks.
Yeah, the under-14's good field here of 5, so it's good to see the walkers out. So this the girls' event's certainly lighting up the track here this afternoon. Obviously, we saw provisionally a new state record by Angus Shuttleworth in the men's event. Let's see how Maya McClure can go. So 13:13 is the state record held by Jemima Montag for the under-16 age group. Ella Uzen holds the under-15 record, and we'll see Ella in action tomorrow morning in the 5,000 metre walk. So 13:21 is the under-15 record. For under-14s, Ella also holds, 13:21. So 13:21 also for the under-14s for Ella in the under-13s. 13:36 also held by Ella. So Maya McClure approaching the 1 kilometre mark now. So this gives us a good indication of how she's travelling. About 4:24 through the first kilometre. So Havana Ali coming through in next position and leading the under-13s, Alaska Bremner. So Havana sitting in that very competitive under-16 group, coming second in that competition at the moment. So Bethany Fransky also through she is in the under-15s. And I think that's Kobe Lewis just behind her. So all of the field now into the second kilometre of this event as we see Maya McClure from Whittlesea City coming around to get 4 laps to go. So lapping it just under the 2-minute mark at the moment for Maya as we look down the track. Nirvana's just starting to get a little bit of a break on the chasers there. So sitting second currently in this under-16 competition. Alaska Bremner walking very nicely, leading that under-13 comp. So leading the under-14s currently, it is Indigo Marshall Moody, Mornington Peninsula. Bethany Fransky, she's leading the under-15s, the Albury athlete. Not too far behind her is Addison Franken from Casey Cadinia, also in the under-15s. So Ella Harris currently sitting in second position in the under-14s. Not too far behind her, though, is Pippa Reid from Wellington. So Pippa was first in the under-14s last year. Also first in the all-schools. And second in the under-16 3000 at the Nationals in Perth. Now coming through, Anna Duba from Glen Huntley, currently second in the under-13 competition. Caitlin Shipman from Knox in next position. Then it's our Eureka athlete in Annika Downey. But Maya McClure coming through, 3 laps to go. McClure now starting to lap the field as she approaches the 2 kilometre mark. So 4:24 was her opening kilometre. We'll get a fix on as she goes through the 2K mark. Just slowing slightly on this second kilometre. So it'll be over 9 minutes here as she goes through the 2 kilometre mark. So 9:13 unofficially there. So just slowing a little bit on that second kilometre, but now chasing the field as she comes around, and she'll be getting 2 laps to go. As we see Addison Franken from Casey Cadinia, she'll be getting 3 to go now. And McClure, we're coming down. It'll be 2 laps to go for Maya McClure, our leader in the under-16 competition and on the track at the moment in this combined 3,000 metre walk.
She's definitely who you expect.
Probably. Ivana's good. That's Ella's training partner. So Havana Ali coming through, and she will also be getting 2 laps to go. Sitting second position here in the under-16 competition. Nice little bunch moving around the top end at the moment, though. Fransky from Albury. Also Bremner, the under-13 leader. And Marshall Moody, the under-14 leader. So the 15s, 13s and 14s all bunched there together, but it's our 2 under-16s leading the way on the track at the moment. Ella Uzan now through less than 2 laps to go. Bethany Fransky in the teal colours of Albury coming through also to get 2 laps to go. Bremner from the Athletics Southwest team based out towards Warrnambool. And also our Mornington Peninsula athlete there in Indigo, Marshall Moody. So approaching the bell now. Maya McClure has led all of the way here. So big lead for McClure. So 12:10 unofficially as she goes with 1 lap to go. Ivana Ali now 600 metres out. Not much change in the chasers Fransky still holding down next position, but she is leading the under 15 competition. So too Alaska Bremner leading the under 13s, and Indigo Marshall Moody leading the under 14s. Once again, subject to our judges. So Anna Duba coming through. 2 laps to go for her. Also Caitlin Shippen. So Havana Ali also now will be coming down to get 1 lap to go. Second of our under 16 competitors. So the bell sounds for Havana Ali, Athletics Essendon competitor. Kobe Lewis from Williamstown now coming through. There's probably 2 laps to go for Kobe, as we will also hear the sound of the bell for Bethany Fransky. Also Alaska Bremner, who's moving very nicely. And here comes our event winner, Maya McClure. Time check. It's going to be a sub 14-minute performance here for McClure. So great walking. We'll wait for our judges, but our finisher coming through now. So unofficially 13:57.3 there for McClure. So smiles for the camera. Very good display of walking from Maya. Led all the way. So Havana Ali now halfway down the back straight as she's also coming into a bit of traffic. That'll just spur her on over this final lap of the 3,000 metres. Addison Franken coming through. So 1 lap to go. Pippa Reid, Wellington, also getting the bell. As we've seen a little bit of a change with Bremner from Athletics Southwest, just moving to 3rd position on the track, just ahead of Fransky. As we see our 2nd place competitor here, Havana Ali, coming through. Goes wide in the lanes to finish. So provisionally 2nd in the under 16 here, Havana Ali. She'll be through in just over 15:30 as we see Alaska Bremner coming through to finish as well. So Bremner, hip number 1, she will also be finishing. And she'll be well under the 16-minute mark here. Alaska Bremner taking out unofficially the under 13 competition, with our under 15 leader, Bethany Fransky, also hitting the finish line, and a fast finish here from Indigo Marshall Moody from Mornington Peninsula. She will provisionally take out the under 14s. And we'll throw to Glenn now for the first of our presentations.
Thanks.
So Anna Duba just coming through there. Also, Caitlin Shippen from Knox finishing her walk. Next one through from Shepparton. This will be in the under-16 competition. That is Harper Cassidy. And from Eureka, Annika Downey also finishing her 3,000 metres.
What's the signal?
Goal. And Kobe Lewis now finishing off her 3,000 metres here in the under-14 competition. So the whole field in there in the combined 3,000 metre walk will now be looking to our 400 metre action, and Glenn Turner and Ella Tobin will take over the commentary duties.
Thanks, Tim. Great calling on the 3,000 metre walks. Looking forward to a number of heats in our junior age groups. There's still a bit of tension in the women's under 18. Still a few moments until check-in closes. We have potentially 9 athletes and only 8 have checked in, so we'll keep abreast of that. There could be a straight final. Looking forward to the first of our heats coming up at 6:10. In the meantime, we'll have some more medal presentations for the boys' 3,000 metre walks. And just a reminder, head to Athletics Victoria or asvic.org.au/results hub for all your up-to-date start lists and results today. Can we have Harrison Ryan, if you could make your way, please, if you haven't already, to the medal presentation area. Harrison Ryan, if you could make your way to the medal presentation area. So our first medal presentation will be for the under 14 age group.
So our bronze medalist for the men's under 13 3-kilometre walk in a time of 17 minutes at .02 from representing Casey Cardinia, Tom Gastella. Our silver medalist in a time of 16:37:39 representing Knox, Logan Alliston. And our gold medalist in a time of 15:27:54 representing Knox, Oliver Crowell.
Please acknowledge our medalists in the men's under 13 3,000 metre championship walk of Victoria.
Heading back over to the medal presentation, our men's under 14 3K, our gold medalist Charlie Wright from Echuca in a time of 19:42.35. Put your hands together for Charlie.
And Charlie competes for Eureka.
And the last of our 3K race walks, we have our under 15 men's. We acknowledge Harrison Ryan, our bronze medalist representing Whittlesea in a time of 21:48.03. Our silver medalist from Eagle Hawk, Tate McQueen, in a time of 16:26.20.
Apologies, we were going in order. This is the presentation for the under 16 men's. Over to you, Ella, who's doing an amazing job. First time calling out our medal presentation, so well done, Ella.
We've got two medalists in our male under 16 3K race walk. Our silver medalist from Essendon, Tate Jardine, in a time of 18:47.27. And our gold medalist, Angus Shuttleworth from Knox, in a blistering time of 12 minutes 29.67.
So, subject to ratification, that is a new Victorian record for Angus Shuttleworth from the Knox Athletic Club.
And now we have our under 15 3K walk medal presentations. Harrison Ryan from Whittlesea in third in a time of 21:48.03. Our silver medalist representing Eagle Hawk, Tate McQueen, in a time of 16:26.20. And our gold medalist representing Williamstown in a time of 15:55.76, Fiat Diaz. Big congratulations to all of our men who competed in that 3K race walk. Some incredible races there.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's head to the first of our 400-metre preliminary rounds. This is the under 14 women's age group. There are two heats, and the progression will be the first three place getters in each heat, and then the next fastest two times across both heats will proceed to the final, and the start list is on the scoreboard. So the first of two heats underway. Lineage in 3 from Chilwell, Smith from Casey, out hard. Davies from Williamstown, Munna Singh from Box Hill, and Ryan from Essendon. So doing the hard work on the outside, Vivian Ryan and Kiara Munna Singh down the back straight into a little bit of a headwind. Jazz Davies from Williamstown in contact, but the two on the outside. Munna Singh doing a great job heading into the end of the first 200.
It is Munna Singh who is leading her way through, but don't count out Jazz Davies from Williamstown as she'll start to round through the bend. She does have the fastest seed time in this heat. As they come through, though, it is very clearly in the lead and picking up frequency as she comes off that final, off the final bend. It is Munna Singh in lane 6.
So the Box Hill athlete will lead them in. The first 3 place getters and the next 2 fastest time across the remaining competitors. And right on cue, Jazz Davies, as Ella mentioned, from Williamstown, moves into second position. And in third will be Vivian Ryan. Those three will, at this stage, will automatically progress. And then Ruby Smith and Paloozi Lineage will have to wait on time. But it will be Kiara Munna Singh and Jazz Davies and Vivian Ryan. Crossing next will be Ruby Smith and Paloozi, Lineage from Chilwell.
So we'll now go to our next presentation, and it is for the female under-16 discus throw. In third place, receiving the bronze medal for best throw of 30.62 metres, representing Giftland Athletics, Brooklyn Wyatt. Our silver medalist with the best throw of 33.60 metres, representing Geelong Guild, Samantha Miles. Our new Victorian champion with a best of 35.32 metres, representing Athletics Southwest. Let's congratulate Alexis Pickford. So congratulations to Brooklyn, Samantha and Alexis and all competitors in the female under-16 discus throw.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the second of 2 heats in the under-14 women's 400 behind their blocks. Just a reminder on the progression, the first 3 place getters in each heat, the next 2 fastest times across the remaining, will proceed to the final, and heat 2 is up on the scoreboard. So the second heat underway on the outside, Lapthorne. On her inside from Essendon, Berta. And then Henry from Glen Huntly. Ava Roberts from Albury. Charlie Jelly from Casey Cardinia. So it's Hope Henry from Glen Huntly making great start over the first 120. She's definitely up and into her running. She's got Emma Berta on the outside, covered on the stagger, and also Florence Lapthorne. Let's see what she can do coming in to the end of the first 200.
She's doing a fantastic job at working into that bend. Continuing to work through it, looks like to potentially be a little bit of a headwind. The 2 girls behind her, though, are chasing really hard and she'll be a really good mark for them as they come through. Our Essendon athlete on the inside there is going to be watching her as we come through, but she's absolutely powering through this last 100.
So 90 to go. Hope Henry's done what she needed to do in the preliminaries, and she's still finishing off this race, which is a great testament for a young 400-metre runner. She's going to blitz them after a time from Glen Huntly, and she's still going powerfully towards the line. It'll be sub 60. Emma Berta from Essendon will be next. She'll progress. Florence Lapthorne from Eagle Hawk and Ava Roberts and Charlie Jelly will have to wait for all the times as to whether they proceed. But the under-14 age group in the women's 400-metre, done and dusted. And according to our research, we believe that that was a PB for Hope, subject to the official time, so congratulations. So let's continue with our preliminaries. This is the men's under 15 age group. There are 2 heats. So the progression is as follows. The first 3 place getters in each heat, and then the next 2 fastest place getters from both those heats will progress to the final of 8. Heat number 1 will shortly be up on the scoreboard. So heat number 1 underway. Ricky on the outside from Casey Cardinia. Flynn Walker into his running from Glen Huntley already, and so is Caleb DeYoung from Glen Huntley, who is flying down the back straight and using this tailwind. He's already picked up the 2 athletes on the outside, so he's going to run a very quick first 200 metres, be around 23-24, Ella. So what has he got to do to get home?
Well, he's gone out very, very hard considering the PB I've got in front of me. He's going to have to hold on here. He's going to have to really continue to keep the frequency going and stay relaxed, as those athletes on the outs, the 2 on his, 1 on his inside and 1 on his outside, will be eyeing him down in this last 100.
So DeYoung's run a great 300. He's blown the cobwebs out in this first of 2 preliminary heats. Flynn Walker's done a great job to finish off his 400, and in the middle from Scotch, Jaden Milley, and that's how they'll finish. A great lunge at the line. Glen Huntley first, second, and from Old Scots, Jaden Miller, and then you have Connor, Ricky, and Ethan Liang from Doncaster. So 54.14, the unofficial time for Caleb DeYoung in heat number 1 of the under 15 men's 400.
So back in the infield, we have our next presentation is for the under 13 girls 3,000 metre walk. Receiving the silver medal in a time of 17:52.69, representing Glen Huntley, Anna Dubar. And our gold medalist, a new Victorian champion in a time of 15:46.96, representing Athletics Southwest, Alaska, Bramnar. So congratulations to both Anna and Alaska, our medalists in the under 13 girls 3,000 metre walk.
Thanks, Tim. Heat 2 of the men's under 15 400 metres behind their blocks, and the start list is on the scoreboard. So heat 2 underway. Crutchley on the outside from Knox, already been passed by Lukey from Williamstown, who's flown for the first 80 metres. Jet Hills in 5 from Ballarat, Callan Duddy in 4 from Glen Huntley, and Samuel Softling from Casey. But the focus is all on Chris Lukey from Williamstown, who leads by about 30 metres coming in to the end of this first 200.
Yeah, he has put the pressure on Jet Hill, who does have our fastest seed time coming in. So he's put the pressure on early, letting him know that he is setting this race up. He wants to run it out through to 300 and show everyone what's to come in that final. So as they've come round the final bend, it is still our Williamstown athlete, Chris Lukey, leading, but it is the likes of Jet Hill looking reasonably smooth and comfortable as he comes into this final straight. He did just do a little look over the shoulder, so I'd say he's pretty relaxed and knows what he needs to do here to qualify.
So Lukey across the line for first. Jet Hill second on the inside. Callan Duddy will sneak for the automatic progression in third. On the outside, Flynn Crutchley from Knox, and then Samuel Softling from Casey. 54.76. First heat was around 54.14. So really good competition in the early stages of our 400s.
Thanks, Glenn. We'll go to our next presentation. It is the under 14 girls 3,000 metre walk. Receiving our bronze medal in a time of 17:08.89 from Wellington Athletics, Pippa Reid. Our silver medalist representing Athletics Essendon in a time of 16:41.87 is Ella Harris. And our new Victorian champion in a time of 15:59.63 representing Mornington Peninsula Athletics is Indigo Marshall Moody.
Thanks, Tim. Just before you head back for your second presentation, we'll just introduce the field for the men's under 18 shot put. 4 competitors. In Station 1, Theodore Iliadis from Casey Cardinia is the under 17 champion. He will throw from 1. Shian Agnampala from Diamond Valley will throw from 2. Connor Wilson from South Bendigo will throw from 3. And Kai Norton from South Bendigo, who's our bronze medalist in the shot put, will be in position 4. Let's head back to Tim for the next medal presentation.
And continuing our 3,000 metre walk presentations, our under 15 girls, and receiving the silver medal in a time of 16:45.16 from Casey Cardinia, Addison Franken. And our new Victorian champion in a time of 15:55.88 representing Albury Athletics, Bethany Fransky. So back to our main commentary for our next 400 metres.
Thanks, Tim. The next 400s will be the men's under 15. There are 2 heats. Beg your pardon. It's the women's under 15. My apologies. There will be 2 heats. The top 3 in each heat. The next fastest 2 times will proceed to the final. And heat number 1 start list is on the scoreboard.
On your mark.
So clearly a false start, judging by the number of additional recalls. We'll wait for our start referee.
False start. You are disqualified. On your mark.
So away cleanly this time on the inside, Ava Conte from Knox. Frankie Hyde from Glen Huntley is already in a running. Delia Dartnell from Casey Cardinia also has looked out to go on hard, and Bailey Fisher in the middle from Albury. So down the back straight, you can see Frankie Hyde from Glen Huntley and also the Knox athlete. So they head in to the end of the first 200 metres.
It is Frankie that looks really smooth and relaxed as she comes into that bend and fights in for that last 150. She won't have it all her own way there. The 2 athletes on either side of her are beginning to work hard as they finish through, but she just looks really relaxed. That leg turnover, the shoulders are down. It'll really help her in this last 100.
So Frankie's racing against the clock. She's got the automatic progression on the outside from Casey, is Delia Dartnell. So it will be Frankie Hyde, followed by Delia Dartnell, and then in the middle, Bailey Fisher from Albury. And Ava Conte and Edie Razo will need to wait until the conclusion of heat number 2 to see whether they progress.
That's a really strong heat run.
It was a great run, but let's head down to Tim Crosby for the next medal presentation.
And concluding our 3,000 metre walk for the girls' presentations, it is the under-16 competition. And our bronze medalist in the time of 18:07.16, representing Shepparton Athletics, Harper Cassidy. Receiving the silver medal in the time of 15:31.58, representing Athletics Essendon, it is Havana Ali. And our gold medalist and new Victorian champion in time of 13:57.32 from Whittlesea City, Maya McClure. So congratulations to Harper, Havana and Maya, and we'll go back to our 400 metres.
Thanks, Tim. Heat number 2 of the women's under-15 preliminary 400s are just about set to go. The start list is on the scoreboard.
On your mark.
So 7 starters in heat number 2. Leading them out will be Charlize Collinuk from Williamstown. Yana Edamuni chasing it down, but Maya Collis from Knox, probably the one that's got away well. Selene Galindharachi also from Nunawading. So in the middle, Selene and Maya heading into the end of this first 200.
They're very clearly leading out this start, overtaking the athletes on their outside. But I'd watch now for Imogen. She's on the inside there in lane 4. She's just coming in the inside there. However, though, I would say it's our athlete from Nunawading out in front.
Correct. Selena Galinda Hirachi is leading them out. She's looking for an automatic progression. So the first 3 will proceed. Maya Collis is in touch from Knox. Coming in lane number 2. Stella Bray from Deakin may be challenging. She will be challenging for an automatic progression into the final. But a great run from Selene from Nunawading. Really set the standard. She'll be sub 60, so good hit out. On the outside, Mike Collis from Knox, and then in lane 2, Stella Bray from Deakin. Those 3 will automatically progress, Ella, and then the rest will have to wait until photo finish. Judge the times. So women's under-15 discus is in progress. Let's quickly run through the start list. And this is not in throwing order. So just for those playing at home, not in throwing order. From Keelos and Bernards, we have Ruby Withers with 4 Athletics Victoria Championship titles from Box Hill. Isabel Thockholm from Mentone, Imogen Jeffrey from Knox, Charlotte Jaworski from Casey Cardinia, Ashvia Bra from SBW, Patience Cannon from CCA, Ajnaz Kar Dillon. Also from Casey Cardinia is Guramandeep Kua, and from Sandringham, Matilda Warren. So the women's under-15 discus underway. Also on the track, we have the first of our under-16 men's 400 metre preliminaries. There are 3 heats, so the progression is slightly different. The first 2 place getters in each heat and the next 2 fastest times from the 3 heats will proceed to the final, heat 1 on the scoreboard.
On your mark.
So Wayne, heat number 1. Watch out for Samuel Reeve from Diamond Valley in 5 and Vic C. Senior in 6. And right on cue, chasing Jack Beasley from Waverley Malvern. Navik Sirasenia from Casey has got him in his sights. Heading into the end of this first 200. Samuel Reeve also in good position from Diamond Valley, Ella.
Absolutely. It's the athlete from Casey Cardinia as well, coming through there on the inside. He's working really hard in the bend and to pick up those athletes in the outer stagger. As I say that though, our athlete from Diamond Valley, Samuel Reeves, starts to make a little bit of a move and wants to enter in that straight.
So it's across 4, 5 and 6. Singh, Reeve and Siracina. And right in the middle, Diamond Valley, Samuel Reeve pokes his head out. He's got it commanding 2 metres at this stage. He just needs to finish in the top 3. So Reeve will take this. Singh will be second. Siracina will be third. So they'll move through. And then Lewis Smith from Essendon, great finish from him, followed by Murray and Beasley from Waverley Malvern. That's heat number 1 done and dusted. 2 more preliminaries to go in the men's under 16 competition. So heat 2 of the men's under 16 400 metres are going through their final stages of warm-up, and the start list for heat 2 is up on the scoreboard.
On your mark.
So a field of 7 in heat number 2. Archie Hatwich from Doncaster will lead them out. Shooting Durham's already got him picked at 70 metres. Luke Fisher from Knox is making a bit of an inroad. So's Fraser Lucas. So Lucas, long striding gentleman from Glen Huntly down the back straight. He's got the outside covered, but out in front, Shooting Durham from Chilwell looking really strong in the first 200.
They wanting to stay really relaxed there as they had tailwinds on that back straight. As they come in through the 150 mark to go, it still looks like you've got Shooting Durham in the lead, but it'll be Lucas Fraser now trying to hunt him down and wanting to take line honours in this heat.
So Fraser Lucas leads them into the straight, being challenged by Oliver Shooting Durham on the outside. Those two are really fighting for 2 automatic positions in the final, and they'll do that. So Lucas switches off. Shooting Durham will proceed, and then Luke Fisher in the middle from Knox, followed by McGregor on the outside, Hatwich, and then Jeffrey and Jaylath. So heat number 2. Beg your pardon, it's the only first 2 for automatic progressions. My apologies. The excitement of that race got me a little bit distracted, Ella, so apologies. So it's the top 2 that will proceed automatically, and then the next fastest 2 across the 3 heats will proceed to the final. Let's head down to presentations and Tim Crosby before this third heat of the 400.
Thank you, Glenn. And we're going to go to the girls under 17 long jump. And we have in third position receiving our bronze medal with a best distance of 5.27 metres from Corio, Sienna Polinsky. With a best of 5.38 metres, receiving our silver medal representing Glen Huntly, Talia Francina. And our gold medalist and new Victorian champion with the best distance of 5.262 metres, representing Casey Cadinia, Alara Cole. So back to Glenn in commentary position for our next 400 metres.
Thanks, Tim. Heat number 3 of the men's under 16 are behind their blocks. The start list is on the scoreboard, and the progression is the first 2 in each heat will automatically progress to the final.
On your mark.
So another big field of 7, they're safely away. LaGrove will lead them out on from Knox on the outside. Heading out hard, Thompson from Diamond Valley, working hard in the first 80. Darcy Jacobs from Doncaster, looking relaxed down the back straight. The tall figure from South Bendigo, Jack Barry, got into his stride early. I reckon he's got them covered. Don't forget Torso from Chilwell, also in a good position, but it's Barry who'll lead them in.
Darcy Jacobs there making the moves coming through that 200 and just stepping up the intensity a little bit. But it's good. Jack Barry will have him in his sights knowing that he's the one he's going to have to catch. So it's the 3 of them on the outside in Barry, Jacobs and Thompson coming around that bend now. But in the last 100 now, it's Barry just starting to pull away as he comes into the final 50 metres of this, and Darcy hoping to hang on to that second automatic qualifier. So it is Jack Barry who is going to take line honours in this one, followed by Darcy Jacobs, and they'll be happy to have their automatic qualifiers.
And Samuel Thompson finishing 3rd from Diamond Valley. Will need to wait until all of the results are finalised, and the makeup of the final will be on Results Hub shortly. Tim, you looks like you've got another medal presentation.
Thank you, Glenn. And we now go to the under-18 boys shot put.
Over on the back straight, we have the men's under 17 long jumpers underway. Here is your jumping order. Station number 1 from Knox, Wilbur Francis. Station number 2 from Geelong Guild is Jonah Roman. Station number 3 from Western Suburbs is Ryan Ismail. In 4, the gold medalist from the under 16 long jump competition. He jumped 6:51 at high velocity with a plus 3.6 wind assisted, representing Athletics Nunawading, Tristan Ferrugia. Station number 5 from Diamond Valley, Xander Botha. Station number 7 from Western Suburbs is Ethan Young. Station 8, the bronze medalist from the long jump last year, representing Essendon, Darcy Parker. And in Station 9 from Essendon, Alexander Carroll. That's the field in the men's under 17 long jump. And on the track, we have the first of 2 heats from the women's under 16 400 metres. The progressions are the first 3 place getters from each heat, and the next 2 fastest times across both heats will proceed to the final. Heat 1 is on the scoreboard.
Stand up, girl.
So first heat underway. Tanamai Zerom in 3. Shikara Luau has gone out really hard from Ballarat Harriers. She's just eclipsed the field in the first 90. Frankie Hart from Glen Huntley working well. Lorelei Corrales from Knox. Alicia Crowley from Bendigo. But out in front, Luau from Ballarat Harriers has attacked the first 200, which is what we want to do in our fours, Ella.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see what she does in this last 200 to whether or not she switches off. But setting that first 200 up as well as she has is a fantastic way to run a heat. Not trailing too far behind on that inside lane, though, from Frankston Athletics Club is coming through for that second place at the moment. But those two athletes on that outside of her will be wanting those positions as well.
So Luau leads them into the home straight. First 3 will proceed to the final. Probably building a little bit of lactic at this stage, but still finishing strong. Zerome will move through, finishing well. Frankie Hart from Glen Huntley, so it will be Luau, Hart, and also Zerome from Frankston will progress. Just under 60, 59.06, good performance in what is getting very close to near perfect conditions for 400s. Heat 2 about to come up. Our second heat are behind their blocks, and the start list is on the scoreboard. The first 3 place getters will proceed to the final. So heat 2's underway. They would have seen Luau compete in heat number 1, but in the middle, Dreschler and Francis, Box Hill and Knox attacking down the back straight. So Nada Francis from Box Hill, long striding athlete. She's run a very good first 180. She's about got the field in tow with 200 out.
She's very relaxed, though, as she comes into this bend. It'll be interesting to see how she kind of moves through, and she is picking up and increasing as she goes into the bend. It'll be athletes on the outside, though. I wouldn't count out our Sandringham athlete, who looks like she's trying to mow down her, or keep her in sights at least for this last 100.
So turning for home, Nada Francis from Box Hill absolutely picked up the pace at the 150, and she's finishing off. Been a great heat run from her on the inside. Georgina Lane from Glen Huntley moving into an automatic final position, and Miller Childs from Eaglehawk on her inside, and that's how they'll finish. So Nada Francis, and then it'll be Jane and Childs. Quicker time. First heat was just slightly over 59. This one's in 58. So great performance from our competitors in heat 2.
That's a little bit of a statement heat. She's putting it out to Luau, who actually has the under 14 and the 15 championship. So she's got it in her sights.
Well, looking forward to a final a little later on in the program. But coming up next will be the first of the preliminaries in the men's under 17 competition.
So we have our men's under 17 400 metres walking towards the start line now. There'll be 2 heats, so that'll mean the top 3 and the next 2 fastest progress.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, next event on the track will be the preliminaries for the men's under 17 400 metres. There are 2 heats. As always, the top or the first 3 place getters in each heat and the next fastest 2 times will progress to the final. While the start list is on the scoreboard, we extend a special welcome to Zachary Holloway, representing UTAS from Tasmania in lane number 5. So full field of 8 for the first time this evening. We'll go around this one lap on the outside. Nuhu from Essendon making tracks. Crichton from Williamstown and Zach Holloway, as mentioned. Zachary Holloway, he's after a sub 50 today. He's flying in the first 150. He's got someone to chase on the outside, which is Matthew Crichton from Williamstown, but the Tasmanian will lead them out. 200 to go.
Yeah, as he enters into this bend, he really is just picking up the stagger and coming into the lead at about 150. The athlete on his outside, though, Matthew Crichton, not an athlete, a very good athlete in his own right. So they'll come into the bend and it is still Holloway leading.
And Holloway's going to attack this. Crichton's on his outside, but Holloway's, after a time, takes a cursory look on the inside. He's going to do this quite easily. Will he make sub 50? He's getting close, but he switches off. On the outside will be Crichton, possibly on the inside from Casey Oscar Ellis. We'll leave that for photo finish. But 50.66, the unofficial time. We'll get the official time from the A team at photo finish. Official time in that heat, 50.64 for our winner, Zachary Holloway from Tasmania.
I liked how he attacked that race really aggressively all the way through there.
Well, that'll give our second heat something to watch, including Owen Veltner, who comes in with the fastest time in the under 17 age group. Let's see how that progresses shortly. So heat number 2 from the under-17 men's in their final stages. And the start list is up on the scoreboard. So heat number 2 underway in this race. Owen Veltnam in lane number 5, the defending champion. He's already gone out hard in the first 75 metres. He's got Zach Kirk from Albury on his outside going with them. So the two are separated by a body length and a half down the back straight. They've passed Kennedy and Dogs Rovia from Knox on the outside, but it is all Kirk and Veltnam.
Yeah, Kirk actually working really hard here to put Veltman and really make him work through this second half of the bend. He set this race up really well to come home nice and hard. It is that top 3 and next 2 fastest that get through. So they only have to worry about being in the top 3 there.
So Kirk on the outside, Veltnam switches off. Rosato's done a good job to come into the picture for the automatic progression, but the two gentlemen side by side, doesn't really matter. You'll progress to the final. So Veltnam would take it out. Kirk second. Rosato finishing hard was Noah Hollis. And then Pace and Kennedy and Drogs Ruva from Knox. But 51.72 the unofficial time, so pretty exciting 2 heats. It's easy for us, one current experienced 400-metre runner, one old 400-metre runner, but that was going to be some exciting finals coming up tomorrow afternoon.
Absolutely. Those athletes are different strengths there from all of the above, so it'll be interesting to see how those finals play out.
And potentially the title going to a Tasmanian. You never know. Finals tomorrow. There's 3 place getters in each heat, and the next 2 fastest, best times across the 2 heats will proceed to the final, and heat 1 is on the scoreboard.
On your mark.
So heat number 1 underway. In the middle, Alexa Schultz from Nunawading and Sienna Belinsky from Corio in 4 and 5. Ones to watch also Michaela Ward from Box Hill. So out, leading them out down the back straight is Ruhani Viniak from Casey Cardinia. She's got about 15 metres, but finishing really, or moving really well, I should say, from Nunawading is Alexa Schultz.
It looks like Belinsky, though, from Corio coming into that 150 kind of mark to go. Those athletes on the inside in Schultz, you're right there, is going to come through potentially for that second part coming through the bend there. But it is the likes of Belinsky who's absolutely obliterated this field early and looks like she has the potential to relax a little bit coming into this home straight.
Thanks for picking that up. You are right. It is Sienna Belinsky. My apologies, from Corio, finishing off very strongly, and she's running straight towards the line, which is a great testament in a heat. On the inside, Alexa Schultz from Nunawading will be second, and then Michaela Ward from Box Hill will take third position. They'll progress to the final, and then Viniak from Casey Cardinia finishing fourth will need to wait until the conclusion of heat number 2. So the first of our 2 heats done and dusted, and just remember, results will be on Results Hub shortly. So heat number 2 are behind their blocks in the under-17 women's 400 metres, and the start list is up on the scoreboard.
On your mark.
So heat number 2 is underway. Leading them out will be Nisha Richards from Mornington, Isabella Vitale from Wellington chasing them down, but Eden Pike from Casey and also Emily Feidler from Yarra Rangers in the middle. So looking across down the back straight, you've got a line of 4 or 5. Eden Pike from Casey doing a great job.
She's just really relaxed coming into that bend. She's now picking up the frequency, moving into that 150, but it is the athlete on her outside and Emily Felder who has her eyes on her, making sure she doesn't let that elastic band snap, but it'll be Eden Pike leading as she comes into that final 100. She just needs to stay relaxed and finish off this race nice and strong.
So Pike's turn for home with 70 to go. Feidler from Yarra Rangers on her outside, sitting nice and comfortably, but Eden Pike's going to run right through the tape, which is great to see in these preliminaries. She'll take this out. Feidler will be second. Probably it'll be very close between Sujandran, who'll take third place unofficially from Isabella Vitale from Wellington. We'll leave that for photo finish. But 59.44, the unofficial time for heat number 2. That concludes the under-17 women's 400 preliminaries. Heading onto the track shortly will be the under-18 men's preliminary events. Full field, so we have 16 athletes battling for 8 positions. And 59.42, the official winning time for heat 2. Our next event on the track, slightly ahead of schedule, are the first of two heats of the under-18 men's 400 metres. Full fields of 8. The first 3 place getters in each heat, the next fastest 2 across both heats will proceed to tomorrow's final, and the start list is on the scoreboard.
Stand up, please. On your mark.
So heat number 1 underway. Watch for Froomes in the middle from Old Melburnians, back from a very big summer up at Noosa. He'll lead them down the back straight. He's got Anderson from Box Hill to chase, Hurst from Keilor St Bernard's, Hackett from Sandringham, but Froomes, who hasn't run a 400 since all schools, is looking great. On his inside is also Imbriano from Sandringham. Those two are going to battle it. 200 to go.
He'll know that Imbriano's on his inside there, so he'll need to really push in this last 150, but he has that strength and he's done this before. So as Oscar rounds out into that straight, he is in the lead now and he'll need to stay relaxed to finish this race off strong.
Been a great first 300 from Froomes. He's pulling away Imbriano on his inside, on the outside, Anderson, and also Hurst for the minors, but Froomes, he'll get to the line first. Great finish from Caleb Hurst from Keilor St Bernard's for second place, and in the middle of those will be Levi Anderson from Box Hill. Good heat time, just a shade over 50 seconds, so pushing Oscar Froomes' PB of mid-49s.
Definitely think that's a good race and a race he should be happy with coming back, that first one back in for 2026.
Well, there are 3 medals to play for tomorrow, Ella, and have we seen one of those medalists in Oscar Froomes? Let's just wait and see. And I'm not sure where we get our information from, but it's Ella Tobin. So our second heat, the men's under 18 400 metres behind their blocks, full field of 8. Just a reminder, the first 3 place getters in each heat and the next 2 fastest will proceed to tomorrow's final. And the start list is up on the scoreboard. So heat 2 underway. Leading them out will be Charlie Cooper from Diamond Valley, Jordan Clark from Geelong, the big tall figure of James Denton from Casey Cardinia. He's flown in the first 125. He's got the field captured in heat number 2. He would have seen Oscar Frooms in the first heat, who's the defending champion in the 400, and saying, this is what I'm about to do, Ella.
Yeah, but you'll want to watch those athletes on that inside lanes there in lanes 2 and 3. They sometimes can be a little bit out of the stagger, but as they come round into this bend, they look like they'll challenge for those minor placings there in this heat.
So James Denton will lead them in on the inside. Kodagoda from Collingwood moves into second. Oakley Davies from maybe Southwest. No, it will be the athlete on the outside, Will Stratford. But Denton will take this out. Good run from Christian Kodagoda from Collingwood second. Will Stratford will take third, 50.08. So the heat prior to us was 50.17. So it's going to be an interesting final tomorrow.
An exciting final, that's for sure. The two athletes there will have to battle out. Well, but it's anyone's race in that final, but those two athletes coming in with those seed times.
So the official time is 50.07 for James Denton. So looking forward to that final. Next event will be the women's under 18 400 metre final at 7:30. Just a reminder, if you do want to catch up with all of the start lists and results today, please head to Results Hub. Over on the back straight in the outdoor areas, the women's under 17 shot put, our field order will be position number 1 from Casey. We welcome Paranaz Kua Dillian. Position number 2 from Bellarine, Heidi Connor. Then we have in position 4 from Glen Huntley, the silver medalist from last year in the under 17 shot put, Lucia Shaw. Station 5 from Mentone will be Lexi Brown. 6 from Ringwood, Ruby Ladd. 7 from Doncaster. She was first in the under 16 javelin, was the current under 16 javelin champion, Emily McKinley. Next from Albury will be Anna Mercer in position 8. And rounding out the field, our current under 16 shot put champion, Dina Gurges. So that's the field for the women's under 17 shot put, which is happening in the outside shot put ring. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next event on the track will be the final and the Victorian Championship for the women's under 18 400 metres. A field of 8. In lane number 1, we welcome from Ballarat YCW, Lenny Williams. In lane number 2 from Ivanhoe, Kate Bukofferson. In lane number 3 from Western Athletics, Anushka Zanosian. In lane number 4 from Collingwood, Greta Zabotto. In lane number 5, the under 16, the under 17, and can it be the under 18 champion? She ran 57.80 at the ACT a few weeks ago, representing Wellington, Cadence Fleming. In lane number 6 from Ballarat YCW, Nyadeng Mayan. Lane number 7, the bronze medalist from the under 17 400 metres last year from Box Hill, Lacey Williams. And in lane number 8, representing Corio, Tegan Reid. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final of the women's under 18 400. So this final's underway. Fleming in 5 got a great start on her outside. Mayan from Ballarat. So Fleming's got something to chase. Williams from Box Hill in lane 7 leading them out. But Cadence Fleming from Wellington starting to move forward. She's got Mayan from Ballarat in the red, who's running really well in this first 180 metres. But Cadence Fleming will lead them in with 200 metres to go.
It'll be Mayan's job now to just track Fleming as she goes around this bend to see if she can keep herself in this for this gold medal race. But Fleming is absolutely putting on a show for us in this final as she comes into this final 100.
So 120 to go. Cadence Fleming turns from home from Wellington. She's run a great first 300. So's Nyan Dengman from Ballarat chasing her. But Cadence Fleming, can she make it 3 in a row? She won the under 16 championship, the under 17 championship. Can she take out the under 18? 25 metres to go. She's going to get there. Mayan moving from Ballarat, but Cadence Fleming, 3 in a row, 57.20.
Put
So
it all on the line there.
Absolutely. Cadence Fleming first, unofficially. Nyadeng Mayan from Ballarat YCW third. The official time, 57.18 for Cadence Fleming to take out the women's under 18 400 metres. So just while the final results from the under 18 women's 400 are determined, let's head across to the men's under 15 discus. Station number Station number 1 is Bharat Veer Singh from Casey Cardinia. Station 2 from Casey is Prab Sharan Baal. Station 3, the silver medalist from the under 14 discus. Also the gold medalist from the hammer throw last year from Geelong, Andre Everton. Station 4 from Williamstown is Flynn Sanderson. 5 from Diamond Valley will be Gabrielle Cazares. Station 6 from Glen Huntley is Matthew Struppel. Station 7 from Sandringham, the current under 14 discus and shotput champion from last year from Sandringham, Levi Dallasella. Station 8 from Casey, the silver medalist in the shotput last year, Charlie Ellis. And in Station 9, representing Essendon, Felix Veltnam. That is the field for the men's under 15 discus, currently going through their final stages of warm-up on the infield.
So back in the infield, we're going to do our next presentation, which is the boys under 17 long jump. For best distance of 6.16 metres, representing Athletics Essendon, our bronze medalist is Alexander Carroll. Recording a best of 6.34 metres, our silver medalist representing Athletics Nunawading is Tristan Farrugia. The South Melbourne Physio Victorian champion for 2026 with a best distance of 6.56 metres, representing Athletics Essendon, Darcy Parker. Congratulations to Alexander, Tristan and Darcy and all the competitors in the boys under 17 long jump.
I have no green light showing on my line. Start one. I have no green light here, none at all.
Can you check your connections again, please? Just redo them because everything's sent from the head.
Danny, unplug and plug back in.
Still nothing at your end?
I have no green light.
Lakeside stuff. Yeah, that's the cleaner.
Danny, it's Brendan. I'm just going to put on manual and just see whether that works for you.
Okay.
Manual for my end.
That was good, that was good. I think if not put chain on the please go get cleaner as much as the clean with the chain.
Danny, it's Brendan. I've done it manually.
Okay, well, that's okay. Manually, so let's go with it.
That normally is the case.
That's all right. Okay.
you get 4 races run, then you're in set 4. Okay, we've got multiple races. Right now.
So we'll now move to the next event on the track, which is a combined under-17 para and also the under-13 1500 metres. So in the para event, we have in the T20 class, Eleanor Downey representing Eureka. That's in the under-17s. The under-13 event, we have 6 starters. In Station 2 from Athletics Chilwell, we have Sage Capuano. Station 3 from Athletics Southwest, Alaska Bremner. In 4 from Eureka, Olivia Lloyd. Skylar Cannon takes Station 5 from South Barwon. Representing Deakin, Lily Armstrong in 6, and representing Glen Huntley, Jade Holden takes Station 7.
Start the race, start the race.
So a nice fast start. We'll pick up our leaders as they come around. But a good bunch at the moment, but they're really putting it out here in this under 13 1500. 4:24.96. That's the record set 30 years ago by Georgie Clark from Deakin. So an impressive Victorian under 13 and country record for Georgie Clark. But they are starting to settle it down now. We'll just get a feel for the runners as they start to come through. Looks like it's Glen Huntley there sitting in the second position, so that's Jade Holden.
The field is really strung out already, nice and early, so
Yep.
it must have mean they've gone out quite hard.
Yeah, so Skylar Cannon, who's got the lead. So South Barwon, brand new club in Athletics Victoria. So the South Barwon club from down Geelong. And Skylar moving along nicely. Eleanor Downey is our T20 in the under-17 paras. She's sitting in third position currently, just coming alongside the Glen Huntley runner there in Holden. But out front, going through the 400 metres in about 71 seconds, so that's sub 4:30. So they're well and truly ahead of PB pace at the moment, Ella.
This is super exciting, and it's the place to do it, right? It's an under 14 timed final, so you want to put it all on the line.
They certainly are. So our young runner from South Barwon, looks like Downey's now starting to eat into that lead though. But Skylar Cannon, she's got a best of 5:11. As I said, she went through that first 400 on a sub 4:30 pace. Just starting to slow down a little, has a little bit of a poke over the shoulder. A bit of a gap though to the under 13 competitors. So it's an under 17 running it down at the moment, I believe. We'll just confirm that as they come into the home straight to get 2 laps to go.
Having the likes of Skylar Cannon out in front will really help Eleanor here pull through this race. It's nice to have that person in front. It just makes that running a little bit easier.
Sage Capuano is now just moving into the second position in the under 13 competition, just ahead of Jade Holden. A little bit of a gap then back to Lily Armstrong. We then have Olivia Lloyd from Eureka, and our under 3,000 metre walk champion there, Alaska Bremner, bringing up at the rear at the field at the moment. But no real change as they go through the 800 metre mark now in approximately 2:37. So there's a little bit of a slowdown there on second lap as expected. Downey starting to just bridge the gap a little bit, but a good move there. Sage Capuano from the Chilwell Club looks like she's moving very nicely down the back straight.
Yeah, she just looks like she's surging there, almost like encouraging herself as she goes, as this race goes on, kind of backing herself in, having a little bit more confidence to know that she can potentially take on those leading spots.
And I think she will be too, Ella, because look at the way she's just starting to move closer and closer to Downey. So obviously Downey, you're running in the under-17 event, but Capuano just starting to really build it now. But Skylar Cannon still leading the way. Now, these two probably know each other. They're both from the Geelong area, so South Barwon and Chilwell. Sage has a seed time here of 5:24. So Skylar definitely comes in with the best seed time, but we're seeing Sage run a fairly smart race now, move into second position.
Yeah, she's backing herself in, and I really like it as they come into for this bell lap here. If she can set herself up well into the last lap, she's got a real opportunity here to challenge Skylar, or even potentially looking for PBs.
Yeah, PBs is definitely one thing they're looking at. It's a little bit windy down that front straight, but the good thing is they get the tailwind 4 times. So we're seeing Jade Holden also now moving to third place on the track. Lily Armstrong, the next one coming through now. But down, we're approaching the 1,200 metre mark now, so it's probably the gap still sizable here for Skylar. As we see Sage just trying to work her way down the back straight. Now they've got the tailwind, and we're seeing a good run here from the young lady from Deakin, and that's Lily Armstrong making a move.
Skylar just holding that lead really well, and as she starts to come into 200, you can see the cadence ever so slightly picking up as she heads into that kind of final 200. So I think she's going to be a really difficult one to catch, and she's run a really strong, smart race from the beginning.
Certainly has. I thought it might have been a little bit too quick early, but I think Skylar's just really got into the comfort zone. She keeps looking over the shoulder, and you'll see that Sage is still about 10 metres behind. Into the home straight last time now. Skylar Cannon leading the way. South Barwon. Could this be a first state champion for the new club from down in Geelong? So South Barwon, I think, yes, beautiful finish. And as Ella said, hit that 200 to go, and she knew she had the legs to finish this off. So Skylar Cannon, she'll come through to take the win. It's going to be close to the PB. Should be a PB there for her, so she'll be rewarded that big time there also for Sage. Coming through to take third position there is Lily Armstrong. Jade Holden from Glen Huntly. She'll come through in low 520s. I think also a PB for her. And we're seeing Eleanor Downey, the T20. 5:29 was her seed time. She's come through under that, so a good run from her. Her teammate now, Olivia Lloyd, she had a 5:42, so big time for her. And Alaska Bremer, fresh off her 3,000 metre walk, or maybe not so fresh. Big ask for her, then double up to the 15. And she'll stop the clock at around 5:44, which is right on her personal best. So, Alice, some interesting racing there, and Skylar will be rewarded with the championship.
Tim, going to interrupt the commentary for the next medal presentation, which will be for the women's under-18 400 metre championship of Victoria. In third place and bronze medalist in a time of 59.07, representing Box Hill, Lacey Williams. In second place and silver medalist today with a personal best of 57.59, representing BYC, Nia Deng Mayan. And in first place and gold medalist today, also with a personal best of 57.18, representing Wellington, and now the recipient of a gold medal in the under-16, under-17, and now under-18 women's 400 metres, Cadence Fleming. Congratulations to our medalists in the women's under-18 400 metres.
Don't have home. So let's go back onto the 1500 metre action, and it will be a combined under 17 para and also an under 13 boys event. In the para, we have as a T38 in station 1 from Mentone, Matthew Rumsey. T37 category, Dylan Marin from Bendigo Harriers takes station 2. Our under 13s, we have 6 starters. Hudson Fisher from Albury Athletics takes station 3. In 4 from Athletics Essendon, James Hounsell. Station 5 from Deakin, Ziggy Brack. From Box Hill, we have in station 6, Oscar Horn. Albie Phipps from Mentone takes station 7. And in station 8 from Doncaster, Kobe Hiskins. So 8 starters in the combined under 17 para and under 13 boys, 1500 metres. So once again, a fairly frenetic start here to the under 13 and a para event, and they're all just trying to sort themselves out. There could be an Albury uniform potentially out front at the moment. So they're just starting the lead group of 3, then a chase group of 3. And as they settle, I think there could be Hudson Fisher from Albury leading the way. The Mentone uniform there, that's Albie Phipps, currently sitting in 3rd position. And from Doncaster, Kobe Hiskins sitting in the middle in 2nd. So Hudson Fisher leads the way through. Kobe Hiskins 2nd. Into the chase pack there, we have Oscar Horn, also Ziggy Brack from Deakin, and James Hounsell. And our under 17s. Strategic race there. Matthew Rumsey, the T38, just edging out Dylan Marin in the early stages. So 68 opening laps. So they're coming in with seed times. Top seeds around 4:40. That's Albie Phipps, the Mentone runner, currently sitting in 3rd position. 4:40 is around the 74, 75 second lap. So they're well and truly under that. They're moving along nicely. I expect them to settle now on the 2nd lap as they go into the breeze the 2nd time up into the home straight now. So you can see the pace is just coming off a little bit, but that lead group of 3 now have quite an extensive lead here, about 35 metres over the chasers, and that's being led by Oscar Horn from Box Hill. Looks like our runner from Doncaster, and that's Kobe Hiskins. He's a 4:43 seed time. Decides he's going to take the lead. He doesn't want to allow the chasers to get anywhere near them as this lead group of 3 really do start to assert themselves 2 laps out. In the battle of our para under 17s, it's still Rumsey just edging out Marin from Bendigo, but they're running very well together here. So a T38 and a T37. 5:44 and 5:35, the respective seed times for our under 17 paras. But out front, seeing a little bit of a gap here. I think the Mentone runner is looking very comfortable here. He is our top seed, Albie Phipps, and he starts to edge his way forward, and he has taken the lead. So Phipps from Mentone leads it. Hiskins in 2nd. Gap then to Fisher. Larger gap then to the Box Hill runner in Horn. Just to the outside of him is the Deakin runner in Brack. And Essendon's James Hounsell also in that chase pack of 3. But hitting the 1 kilometre mark now in approximately 3:06 at the 1K. And we're seeing another change of lead. So Kobe Hiskins decides he's really going to go for glory here. So less than 500 out now. Hiskins makes the big move over Phipps. Starts to edge his way into the inner lane there. Gap of about 10 metres back then to Fisher. So in the chases, it's the Deakin runner there in Brack who's starting to make the move, but there's a big gap between 3rd and 4th in this event. Now we're seeing a little bit of a change too. Marin's right alongside Rumsey in the under-17 power event and just moves himself into that inner lane. So he'll hear the sound of the bell And it is amazing what that does for runners, that surge of adrenaline as they hear the bell. But out front in the race proper, and we're just seeing a little bit of a surge back here from Hudson Fisher, the early leader. Thought he was dropping and going right back, but this is still on. So Fisher just finding something on the last lap, Ella. This is impressive.
Something about that, the smell of a gold medal and what that can do to an athlete. So he is absolutely charging through, but the likes of the Mentone athlete, Albie Phillips, he is pushing through this last 100.
Yeah, but it looks like Hiskins, I think, has done enough here. So it was a good move about 4:50 out, and Hiskins looks like he's going to take the gold here. So 4:43 is his best time, or the seed time, and I think he's going to be well under that. Very impressed with Fisher, though. That was a good move. Phipps will have to settle for the third position, but 4:39.95. Good running there, and the arms go up in the air. Nice running, though, from Fisher. Big finish here. Phipps will take third, but a big finish here from our Deakin runner in Ziggy Brack. Then we'll have Oscar Horn from Box Hill in next position. Very competitive under 13 race. James Hounsell in next. And it looks like there's been another change in our under 17 para as Matthew Rumsey has just outkicked on the last lap Dylan Marin from the Bendigo Harriers. But we will wait on the percentage scores for our paras, but very interesting racing across the board in our under 13 and under 17 para combined event.
Medal presentation and victory ceremony for the girls under 13 1500 metre final. In third place and bronze medalist in a time of 5:16.55 from Deakin, Lily Armstrong. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 5:14.22 from Chilwell, Sage Capuano. And in first place and gold medalist today from South Barwon, in a time of 5:10.81, Skylar Cannon. Congratulations to our medalists in the girls under 13 1500s.
I'm doing it. No, they pick it up. When you've done that, it still picks up the signal enough, strong enough signal.
Continue on when
It's strong enough for the signal to get through.
On the back straight, we currently have our women's under 18 long jump underway. In station 1, representing Ringwood, that is Neetha Laganji. From station 2, representing Western Athletics, Tani Hutchinson. In station 3, Maddie Tarabay from Nunawading. That'll be a second event for the day. In station 4, from Glen Huntley, Bray Bernasconi. In station 5, from Geelong Guild, Georgia Letson. In station 6, from Williamstown, that is Lillian McCleef. And in station, we don't have a station 7, in station 8 from Williamstown again is Amani Marahuhu. And in station 9 from Corio is Leah Berry. So that is on our back straight, our women's under 18 long jump final.
Next medal presentation will be for the women's para 17 1500 metre final. In first place and gold medalist today with a time of 5:26.64, 80.63% from Eureka, Eleanor Downey. Congratulations, Eleanor, our gold medalist in the women's P17 1500.
Also on the back straight now, we have them lined up for the under 14 final for the girls 1500 metres. 10 starters in station 1 from Wellington Athletics, Aladi Tayaneep. Station 2 from Frankston, Isabella Simeone. From Waverley Malvern, we have in station 3, Tessa Davison. Annie Clark from Eureka takes station 4. Next to her in 5 from Bendigo Harriers, Malanki Haasbrook. Station 6 from Eureka, Olivia McConkey. Station 7 from Albury Athletics, Ava Roberts. Alongside her, Ava McGowan from Ballarat YCW. Representing Mentone in Station 9, Vivian Baker. And Zoe Cannon from Collingwood Harriers takes Station 10. So a fast start there from the middle lanes. We'll try and pick up who that is. Looks like it might be Mentone runner and Baker taking that next position. McGowan definitely sitting there in third in the red uniform of YCW. So the lights are on here at Lakeside Stadium as we see the action really starting to take hold here in the 1500 metres.
They've all bunched up again after that fairly fast start.
Yeah, it's quite a good start, a good tactic actually to bring them back in again. So they haven't gone out ridiculously fast.
But it is the likes of the Mentone athlete in Vivian Baker keen to take that lead and push this 1500 metre out.
Yeah, so it's Tessa Davison sitting there. She's in the Melbourne uniform. Then McGowan. Also up there is McConkey and Annie Clark from Eureka. So it's quite a good start because they haven't gone out ridiculously fast, and it is Baker now who's just settling them down, getting a little bit of a break there over Davison, and they're going to approach the 400 metre mark now, and our first split's going to be 71, so about 4:30 pace. Now, that's probably a little bit more comfortable for these older girls here in the under-14 event. Now, the top seeds are around the 4:46 mark, and that's McConkey from Eureka.
I like what this pack is doing that's sitting in third place there. They're working together and not letting those first two athletes get too far away, and that'll be really key here in this race if they all want to stay in medal contention. Yeah,
so we're going to go from a lead group of 2 to a group of 6 now. So all of those young ladies now in contention, not riding off those behind. They might be just staging this race nicely, but we're seeing they're really coming together now. Baker still leads it. Davison in second position, but that was a good move by Haasbrook. I think that was Malanky Haasbrook was the one who brought that group up. McGowan just staying right with her. Also the Eureka runner there in Clark, and also the Eureka runner in McConkey. So it's a good group, but it's now Davison leading the way, 2 laps to go.
This is exciting for an under-14 final. I mean, all these athletes are together. I mean, looking at it from here, they almost look like they're running 4 wide coming into that straight.
Yeah, a little bit of inexperience as they go through that 800 metre mark, going around the bend. They just got to try and tuck in a little bit. Haasbrook's now going to make the move. Watch out for McGowan, though. She is starting to really move her way through. So the red uniform of Ballarat YCW starting to move into that third position. But the Bendigo runner there, Malanky Haasbrook, she ran a decent run here at Milers Club. So Haasbrook's starting to really establish herself in this age group. And she is looking good out front.
Just extended that field. It's become less of a group and more of a train, which tends to mean the pace is starting to increase from the front a little bit. So it'll be a bit more about who can hold on now to set themselves up coming into the bell lap to who might be able to place those medals.
So Haasbrook really put that foot down, 3:13 through the 1 kilometre mark there. So they're into about 4:50 to go now. Haasbrook just extending it.
She just looks really relaxed. She doesn't look like she's straining too hard. So she comes into this bell lap. I think she should have confidence that she can take this lap on.
Wonder what she might be McConkey. Actually, the 2 Eureka girls, I think McConkey and also Clark, they're sitting off the back of the other Ballarat girl there in McGowan, and they are looking quite comfortable. But Haasbrook still has a break now. It's about 4 to 5 metres over Davison, but I think the Ballarat charge is going to come. McGowan has plenty of ticker, and I wouldn't be surprised if Ava really launches down this back straight, because this is where they're going to get the tailwind.
So it is that group has bunched back up again, and all of them are now going to have a crack at that first place. But she is leading really by quite an extended amount there.
It is literally 4 across the track at the moment. So this is going to be interesting as they hit the bend, and we see Haasbrook still leading. 200 to go here. This is going to be a fascinating last 200. McGowan's the first to launch. Clark and McConkey going with her. I think Davidson might have run her race, but there's still 4 in contention for 3 medals. Haasbrook still leads the way. She'll be hearing those footsteps coming at her.
Wow, they're running 3 wide as they come onto this straight, so this is going to be really exciting.
So the 2 Eureka runners and McGower on the inside. This is going to be right on here. What a finish here. And it looks like it might be Clark who's made the big move here. So it could be a Eureka 1-2. McGowan would like to get right up there as well. And I think McGowan will sneak into that second position. But a 1-2-3 for the Ballarat region. Clark, then McGowan, and then McConkey. Unfortunately, Haasbrook just got overrun in that final stage there. Next one through is Baker. Then we have Tayaneep. From Collingwood, Zoe Kennan will be next to finish. Then we'll have Ava Roberts. And rounding out the field will be Isabella Simeone. But fantastic race, very fascinating racing, Ella. And we will go back down now to Glenn for the next presentation.
Our next medal presentation will be for the men's under-15 discus in 3rd place. And bronze medalist today, representing Williamstown with a throw of 40.42, Flynn Sanderson. In 2nd place and silver medalist with a distance of 45.22 from Geelong, Andre Everton. And in 1st place and gold medalist with a distance of 46.78 from Casey, Bravatir Singh. Congratulations to our medalist in the men's under-15 discus.
So we have the women's under-16 high jump final currently underway, and we will introduce those women who are competing. So in Station 1 from Knox Athletics Club, it is Isabel Lindley. In Station 2 from Windermere is Maya Eslick. In Station 3 from Queensland is Isabel Crossley. In Station 4 from Essendon is Catherine Barlett. In Station 5 from Diamond Valley is Lizelle Killers. In Station 6 from Essendon, Isabella Bernays. In Station 7 from Sandringham is Ada Sorrentis. And rounding out our field in Station 8 from Echuca Momoa is Quinn Downward.
So back to Glenn in presentations.
Thanks, Tim. The next medal presentation, the victory ceremony, is for the men's P17 1,500 metres. In 2nd place and silver medalist with a time of 5 minutes 10.98, 72.94% from Mentone, Matthew Rumsey. And in 1st place and gold medalist today in a time of 5:16.35, 75.33% from Bendigo, Dylan Marin. Congratulations to our medalists in the men's P17 1,500.
Back to the boys in the 1,500. We move to the under-14 boys, and there are 12 starters. In Station 1 from Old Scotch, we have Lewis Lindemann. From Mentone, Asher Buzzer takes Station 2. Representing Keelos and Burnet's Hugo Brown in 3. Western Athletics, Isaac French takes Station 4. Noah Spohr from Box Hill in 5. Marcus Sidoritis from Glen Huntley takes Station 6. Alongside him, Sam Chalice from Mentone in 7. Antonio Stamatis from Keelos and Bernards in 8. James Hall from Old Scotch in 9. Jack Terrell from Athletics Essendon takes 10. Harrison Watson from Athletics Southwest in Station 11. And our final competitor from Sandringham, Elliot Hunter, Station 12. So a very fast start here on the inside. Looks like Buzzer, but it's now Sidoritis. I expect Hall to jump out fast as well.
I love the aggression that these under-14s are attacking these 1,500 metre races. They're almost making it look like they're open athletes.
Yeah, well, quite often they start faster than the open athletes who are sort of being a bit cagey. But now we're starting to see them settle down. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Hall and Sideritis leading the way as they start to get moving here. Now going very wide, that could be the Sandringham uniform, I believe, going wide, but looks like it's Hall leading the way from Scotch. Sideritis on the rails, but gee, they're well bunched, and we're seeing the Mentone runner starting to come through there, and that is Sam Chalice. So Hall leads it. Chalice to the outside, Sideritis. Then you've got Watson from Athletics Southwest. Also up there is the Essendon runner, and that's Jack Terrell. So a lot of our favourites are thereabouts at the moment.
But they're all in one big bunch, which means everyone's in this race. It's a time final. Everyone knows what's on the line, and everyone wants a piece of it.
Good pacing on that first four. So James has decided just to be settled on the first 400 metres after that initial surge to try and get position. So it's Hall, then Sideritis. Next one is the Mentone runner in Chalice.
A little bit of argy-bargy in the back there.
Nothing like a bit of argy-bargy. That'll get the adrenaline surging. But out front, they've got clear space here, and James Hall is just controlling this beautifully. He knows that Sideritis has got quite a kick down, but now we're seeing another little move, and I think it might have been from the second of the Mentone runners there, and that could be Asher Buzzer starting to make his way forward. So a few surprises here, and it's good to see that they are swapping lead around.
James Hall would be fairly relaxed, though. I'd say for a young athlete, he's a very experienced runner.
He is definitely experienced and knows how to run a 1500, but these Mentone boys are really doing a great job. Also good move there from Hugo Brown. Now Brown has got good form as well, so don't discount Hugo Brown when it really comes down to it. Hall just getting a little bit caught up there in the heels of Chalice because they have taken the pace back off again.
It is the two Mentone boys working together. I wonder if they train together, knowing their race plans, knowing that they can set each other up there and really using that in this 1500 final.
So 2:30 through the 800, and that could well be the case here, Ella, as they are starting to stretch the field back out again. We're seeing that long line of athletes now, and Sideritis, he's the first one decides he wants to make a move. Coming alongside Hall once again, but just sits on he's one out, one back on Hall. He's been there for most of the journey, as we see the Mentone runners in a buzzer and also Chalice leading the way.
You can see that pace has definitely increased because they've stretched right back out into that train kind of formation.
Yeah, you'll just see them dropping the athletes here as they come through. They're hitting the 1 kilometre now and around the 3:06 mark. So it's not super quick, and that's the thing. These guys are going to see a big kick down because they're quite controlled. Hall's the first one.
He's going early. That's like 5:50 to go, and he wants it.
Yeah, so Hall deciding he's really going to have a go at this, but Asher Buzzer, not to be outdone here, is just controlling it, but then Hall puts the head down and goes for it. Buzzer will be challenged now with this change of pace from James Hall. As I said, he just controlled those first few laps beautifully, deciding he didn't want to do a lot of the work. He's probably got other events this weekend, so James Hall just basically reducing it to a 4:50 race.
It's a really interesting way to run a 1500. I'm not sure if that's better for the legs, particularly if you've got more events or not.
Well, 200 out now. James Hall just showing his form. Sideritis is starting to wind it up a little bit more. Also, the Southwest runner there in Watson starting to get a move on. But it is Buzzer still holding down that silver medal position as they go round the top bend last time. Into the home straight, though. It's been an impressive run from Hall. I've been very, very pleased with the pacing and the strategy he's put in today. Just really deciding he's going to go for it over that last lap and a bit. And James Hall will be rewarded with another Victorian Championship here. And it's going to be interesting to see the time. It'll be well under the 4:30 mark. Will Buzzer be rewarded with the silver? I think he's probably done enough. Sideritis is trying his hard to get into that second position, but 4:26 for Hall. Good run from Buzzer. He'll be rewarded with the silver. Sideritis will have to settle for the third. Nice finish there from the Western Athletics runner. We didn't call him the whole way. Isaac French came home nicely for fourth, just over Watson. So entertaining racing once again in the under 14s, and we will be going back down for another presentation shortly.
Our next medal presentation will be for the boys under 13 1500 metre Championship of Victoria. In third place and bronze medalist in a time of 4:46.15 representing Mentone, Albie Phipps. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 4:42.35 from Albury, Hudson Fisher. And in first place and gold medalist today with a time of 4:39.93, representing Doncaster, Kobe Hiskins. Congratulations to our medalists and our medal presenters who were participants in the men's under 13 1500 metres. Continuing with the medal presentations, this is for the women's under 17 shot put. In third place and bronze medalist with a put of 12 metres 74 from Glen Huntley, Lucia Shaw. In second place and silver medalist today with a put of 12 metres 93 from Ringwood, Ruby Ladd. And in first place and gold medalist with a put of 14 metres 44 from Whittlesea, Dina Gurgis. Congratulations to our medalists in the women's under 17 shot put. Back to Tim for the next 1500.
Thanks, Glenn. And they're lined up patiently on the other side of the track. It's the under 15 girls, 1500 metres, 10 starters. From Frankston Athletic Club, we have in Station 1, Matilda Christie. Station 2 from Box Hill, Harper Fraser. India Hay from Glen Huntley takes 3. From Athletics Southwest, Charlotte Stacks in Station 4. Addie Taylor, Box Hill in 5. South Bendigo's Lucy Jones in Station 6. Chloe Grund from Knox in 7. Annabelle Messer from Collingwood Harriers in 8. Isla Jennings from Knox in 9. And Isabella Howley from Athletics Essendon rounds out the field in Station 10. So fairly even start here from the outside. Looks like Jennings might be making a move across, but it could be the Frankston runner, I believe, there. That's possibly Christie. As they're settling themselves down 100 metres in. One to watch here could well be Chloe Grund, also Addie Taylor. They're our top seeds. Grund actually took part in the Victorian Open Women's Mile Championship here at Lakeside on Saturday night and performed very well. And I think it is Chloe who is setting the pace early here.
Having opportunities like that to race in big races, I think gives you confidence when you come back down to your age group. You know different tactics and you have the opportunity to kind of experience the race in different forms.
That's right. She was up against a good field, obviously, with Imogen Baker taking that open mile ahead of Steph Kelly. But Chloe Grund doesn't mind leading either, Alice, so she's used to being out front. Addie Taylor's with her. The taller figure there, that's Annabelle Messer from Collingwood. She's a 4:46 runner. But out front, lead group of 3, just starting to get a little bit of a break here as they hit the 500 metre mark.
Those 3 girls are really working together in a bit of a pack to kind of break away from that chasing group behind them.
I think Fraser Harper might be in amongst... Actually, Fraser Harper is the top seed in this, 4:36. My apologies. So Fraser Harper definitely one to watch out for as well, the Box Hill runner. But you see that Grund just getting a little bit of a pressure here from the 2 Box Hill girls. Taylor, Harper, they're working well. So Taylor's just sitting one out, one back, and you've got Harper sitting on the rails taking the shortest possible line. She's right in the footsteps there of Grund. Then we've got a gap back to Messer. The next position there is Howley from Essendon. And then we have Charlotte Stacks from Southwest. But no change out front. One out, one back is Addie Taylor from Box Hill, letting Chloe Grund do the work. So there's a bit of strategy going into this 1500, I think, Ella.
Absolutely, and the girls just behind look very, very relaxed. And that's, I think, what they'll be trying to do, get through to this line here, spending the least amount of energy and have that kind of potential for a kick down, particularly if they're in a group of three, they're going to need that.
Yeah, we saw James Hall do it at about the 450 mark, so he just bided his time for that opening kilometre. They're going through 900 metres now, so they're not far away from that 1K mark, and that gives us a good indication of goal pace as well.
I do think, however, in comparison to the last race, they are just slowly increasing the pace as they go round each lap. I don't think we're going to see a massive surge as these girls are already starting to work hard against each other.
So 307 thereabouts at the K, so they are moving along very nicely. Taylor's been on that outer lane and she's just looks like she has the momentum to edge forward past Grund, but Grund is doing a beautiful job of controlling the rail. Now we're seeing Fraser. She's just sat in that beautiful clutch position there, and she's probably the one who might have the kick down here, but we're seeing Taylor working hard to the outside. Now Fraser moves.
She goes. Confidence in that ability to kind of kick past them, because it's a big move to do around the bend, so she'll be knowing that she's feeling good and she thinks she can take them on to make that decision so early.
Harper Fraser now 300 metres out, and she is starting to extend that lead, so she sat in beautifully. We're seeing Taylor now coming alongside Grund, but don't think Grund's going to give up lightly here, because she is a real fighter. But out front, Fraser's not clearing his way as much as I might think she could, but Addie Taylor now starting to work her way back in, and Chloe Grund's still there.
She is pulling away now. She can see the finish line, smell the gold medal at the end of it, and she wants it.
Yeah, so it looks like Fraser's done the job here now. So it's coming around final bend, and it looks like the 1, 2, 3 are quite well established, as it is Harper Fraser from Box Hill. 4:36 is her best time. She's going to be close to that as she comes into the final stage here of this 1,500 metres. It's been a good run by Taylor as well. She strategised this well. Grund did all the work early. She's going to be on the podium, but it will be Harper Fraser's race as she sees that the clock ticking over. 4:38 unofficial there. Taylor will be around the 4:40 mark. Also Grund, not too far off that. Now we've got the challenges coming through. Messer looks like she's going to hold down the next position. And then we're going to have Charlotte Stacks on the inside there coming through as Isla Jennings. To the outside was the South Bendigo runner in Jones. Next one through, Isabella Howley. And India Hay through next. Then Matilda Christie from Frankston. So once again, Ella, a fascinating 1,500 metres, and Harper Fraser just showing the goods over that final lap.
Absolutely, a really smart way of running that race, conserving that energy and then kicking in the final kind of lap.
All right, we'll go back down to Glenn Turner for our next 1,500 metre presentation.
Thanks, Tim. Next medal presentation is for the for the girls under 14, 1,500 metres. In third place and bronze medalist today with a time of 4:53.39 from Eureka, Olivia McConkey. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 4:53.35, Ava McGowan. And in first place and gold medalist today in a time of 4:52.67, Annie Clark, representing Eureka. Congratulations to our medalists in the girls under 14, 1,500. Our next medal presentation is for the boys under 14, 1,500. In third place and bronze medalist today in a time of 4:34.87 from Glen Hartley and Marcus Sidoritis. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 4:33.40 representing Mentone, Asha Booza. And in first place and gold medalist in a time of 4:26.52 from Old Scotch, James Hall. Congratulations to our medalists and the boys under 14, 1,500 metres.
Our next final in the 1500s is the men's under 15 event. 14 starters. We have from Glen Huntly in Station 1, Christian Burke. Oliver Horn from Box Hill in Station 2. Jared Sim from Ringwood takes Station 3. From Ballarat YCW, Archer Spackman in 4. John Bravoulis, Old Scotch, Station 5. Oscar Van Cowen, Glen Huntly in 6. Jake Reid from Box Hill in 7. Representing Whittlesea City, Harrison Ryan in 8. Jasper Brown from Shepparton takes Station 9. Mike Sim from Old Scotch in 10. Charlie Roney from Knox takes Station 11. Cody Levitas from Keeler St Bernard's in 12. Thomas Holt from Mornington Peninsula in 13. And from Casey Gdynia, Liam Rickey, Station 14. 14 starters, the men's under 15 final for the 1500s. So once again, charge of the Light Brigade down the back straight. Everyone wanting a piece of the action. And looks like it's a taller figure from Scotch. I think that could be Sim just starting to settle them down. So now they're starting to stretch it out a little bit. So Scotch leading, still a very tight bunch. Looks like it might be Harrison at the rear of the field. He's from Whittlesea City. But they are starting to settle it down now. From Box Hill, also present early, is Horn and Jake Reid, but they're all part of the action at the moment. Jasper Brown's in the Shepparton uniform there. He's sitting third position currently. Now we're seeing Harrison go very, very wide here, so just trying to find his position. Also trying to break out Liam Rickey from Casey Gdynia, trying to get good position early.
Sim's gone out hard early, but I think that's not necessarily a bad thing when you've got such a big field of 14 athletes. Staying out of trouble is potentially the right call there.
So Sim's one of our top seeds, but Jasper Brown from Shepparton's definitely one to watch. He's sitting back a little bit early, so Sim now out for about a 10-metre break. But as we've seen in these races so far this evening, a lot can happen over the concluding lap. But the long striding Mike Sim, we believe that is from Scotch, leading the way at the moment. A very good bunch in the middle that are working well together. Our top seed, Jasper Brown, sitting third position on the rails at the moment.
The boys in the trailing group behind them will be watching Sim there and just hoping that in the next couple of laps they'll start to slowly close that.
But gap is getting bigger though. Sim is just driving forward here, so the boys really have to make a move. Jake Reid's the first one to go. We're also seeing Charlie Roney from Knox making his way forward. The next of our Scotch runners there, Bravula, sitting well in the pack as well. Now, Sim, though, is just starting to run away with this event. Mala?
He certainly is. He's powering down that home straight and he's, sorry, not home straight, back straight there. And he's putting the distance that you put on the field there, that makes a real difference mentally. If you put that distance on, it's much harder to catch. But as we say that, we've got athletes making a charge there.
Yes, I think Jasper Brown realised he couldn't leave that much longer, and he's the first one. He is the top seed, and he's the first one to launch out. So the Shepparton runner now starting to eat into that lead. Sim still leading now by maybe 10 metres, but it's coming down metre by metre as they come around the top bend and start to approach the 1 kilometre mark. You can see Sim's stride pattern just starting to change as Brown is the one who's starting to really get some momentum, going through at about 2:55 through the 1K.
It is your ability to stay relaxed in this final lap of that 100 and really drive those arm throws is going to make that difference.
So it's been a big move here from Brown, but Sim's still leading the way. Good battle for third and fourth at the moment, and that is Jake Reid and also John Bravoulis. But Brown deciding just to sit, Ella.
I think we're going to have almost 3 battles, a battle for first and like for each of our places. I think it's the smell of the gold medal or something about a Victorian championship that's kind of given him a little bit of an extra edge, almost as he came through and heard that bell.
Now, Brown couldn't wait there for too much longer because you did have Reid and also Bravoulis catching up, and it will be our top seed here, the Shepparton runner. It'd be great to see Shepparton on top of a dais here, and it is Brown, Jasper Brown from Shepparton Athletics leading the way, going around the top bend last time. Sim's not done with yet. You can just see the change in his stride pattern as he starts to really work it, because he knows that Reed and Bravulis are coming.
And that one there is going to be a battle for that bronze medal. So round into that front straight, it's the Box Hill athlete who's got the slight edge there, but I wouldn't count out anyone just yet.
But our champion will be from Shepparton. So Jasper Brown, he's going to come through. It's going to be a decent time, but that race for third and fourth is on. Sim will be rewarded with the silver. It will be Reed just over Vavulis for third and fourth. Next one through will be Spackman from Ballarat YCW. And then we have Ricky. To the inside of him was the Knox runner in Aroni. But interesting racing, and the cream came to the top there in Jasper Brown, but he possibly did it the hard way there, Ella.
He certainly did, but I love the little celebration at the end. He earned that race, and he absolutely celebrated it.
So we will go back down shortly to Glenn for the presentations, and it looks like it'll be the next of our 1,500 presentations.
Our next medal presentation is for the girls under 1,500 metres. In third place and bronze medalist with a time of 4:42.71, representing Knox, Chloe Grund. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 4:40.94, representing Box Hill, Addie Taylor. And in first place and our gold medalist and state champion in a time of 4:38.21 from Box Hill, Harper Fraser. Congratulations to our medalist in the girls under 1,500 metres. Our next medal presentation will be for the Women's Under-18 Long Jump Championship of Victoria. In third place and bronze medalist with a jump of 5 metres 40, representing Williamstown, Lillian McAuliffe. In first place and silver medalist with a jump of 5:43 from Corio, Leah Berry. And adding to her numerous state championships, our gold medalist today with a jump of 5:57, representing Athletics Nunawading, Maddie Tarabay. Congratulations to our medalist in the women's under-18 long jump. Our next medal presentation will be the men's under-17 shot put. In third place and bronze medalist today with a put of 10 metres 99, representing Diamond Valley, Wilson Riley. In second place and silver medalist with a put of 12 metres 62 from Essendon, James Moore. And in first place and gold medalist today with a distance of 13.04 metres, representing Keilor St Bernard's, Lucas Withers. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the men's under-17 shot put.
So a little bit of a break in the track program. So we'll continue on with our presentations for the 15s. So 8:41 scheduled start time for our next event, which is the final of the under-16 girls.
While we're waiting for that medal presentation, Tim, do you have an event that you're looking forward to this weekend?
What we're calling right now, Ella, the 1500 is my pet event, so I do enjoy it. So we're some good names. Yeah, we're looking at the next event. We're going to see Sophie Hall versus Chloe Baldock, so that's really going to be on with some other good contenders in this race as well. So both Sophie and Chloe have been having great runs throughout the season, and looks like we've had an addition to that field as well. So it's really looking forward to this next one. But as we go up the age groups as well, there's going to be some top runners starting to come through. Now, obviously, you've got a bit of a bent towards the 400s, Ella Tobin.
Absolutely. I really enjoyed watching them today, but I don't mind the sprint events as well, a little bit of 4 hurdles. 800s. I'm really just listening to all the track events at this point.
Yeah, and we obviously don't give as much love to the field as we could, but we are trying to give as much coverage as we can. We'll try and get some cameras out there as well during the course of the weekend.
Had some exceptional athletes already in the likes of Maddie, who's
Well,
won
Maddie-
2 golds today in the
Correct. Well, should we be calling this the Maddie Tarabay stand for this evening? I think we will, actually. So we'll be throwing down from the Maddie Tarabay stand down to Glenn Turner for the next of our presentations.
Just before the presentation, Maddie Tarabay at the under-18 age group has won, I think, 18 gold medals and puts her in the top 10 of all of the women from 1996 to 2025. So it's a pretty amazing achievement, and considering Kimberly Mulhall, the great shot putter and field eventer, tops the list with 25 medals. So congratulations to Maddie. Let's get back to the presentations. The men's under 1500 metres in third place and bronze medalist in a time of 4:22.76 from Box Hill, Jake Reed. In second place and silver medalist with a time of 4:22.03, representing Old Scotch, Mike Sim. And in first place, gold medalist and Victorian champion in a time of 4 minutes 20.59, Jasper Brown. Congratulations to our medalists in the men's under 1500 metres.
I reckon I did that a bit and all. Be like, okay, who am I getting ready for?
So we go to our next event on the track. It is the final of the under-16 women's 1500 metres. We have 13 starters. Station 1 representing Doncaster, Chloe Baldock. In 2 from Box Hill, Sienna Mumay. Brianna Coffey, Yarra Rangers, Station 3. From Ballarat YCW, we have Paige Tuddenham, Station 4. From Sandringham, in 5, Sophie R. Bateman. Amy Joy Duncan from Mentone, Station 6. Station 7, representing Box Hill, Sophie Hall. Miller Malherb, Sandringham, in 8. Hannah Tunbury, Coburg Harriers, Station 9. Sadie Bird from Glen Huntly in 10. Lenny Hartley from Sandringham in Station 11. Phoebe Grant, Old Scotch in 12. And from Glen Huntly, Stella Haig, Station 13. Your 13 starters in the final of the women's under 16, 1500 metres. So Hall and Baldock, definitely 2 to watch here. It'll be interesting to see who wants to take the lead. Baldock's in the inner lanes. She's got to start to push her way forward, and she's doing just that. Hall's going to have to come from midfield here, but it's a nice start, and Baldock is leading the way. So Chloe Baldock's having an absolute ripper season this year. So setting a massive personal bests, 800 and 1500, and I'm not surprised if Chloe really pushes the pace out front and tries to make the other athletes hurt. Hall is starting to get into good position now.
There is real merit when you start to kind of build on your season. It builds confidence. If you have those good races early, that confidence can really help take you through to these big champs and really do what she's doing right now. Give her that little extra boost to be able to take that lead.
Just watching the moves. So Tuddenham's gone to the outside. You've also got Sadie Bird, the taller figure there from Glen Huntly. She's sitting third on the rails at the moment, but Baldock controlling pace and Sophie Hall in perfect position right in the slipstream there.
Yeah, these athletes are coming into the first 400 metres and they've gone through in 70 seconds or so. So that's you'd know better than I do.
Yeah, well, that's comfortable for our leaders. So 70 seconds equates to about a mid-420s, or just probably under. And with 428 for Baldock, and I know she's capable of better, but Hall's a 426 runner. This will be quite comfortable. So Hall's been running some very good runs at Milers Club, been getting right in amongst the senior girls and throwing it at them. So it's a good run here from Sophie Hall, just sitting nicely in position. But it looks like we've now got a real gap of the top 3. And then we have, I think that's Milmay from Box Hill in next position. Chloe Baldock still leads.
So that small pack there will hopefully up the intensity a little bit and put pressure on each other just to take it through a little bit faster, because we love these championships to push for PBs and for personal bests. It's a place to do it.
Baldock just had a little look over the shoulder to see who was behind her, and she would have seen Sophie sitting there. So it's Bird now in third position, then Milmay. Next one on the track will be Paige Tuddenham from YCW. Then from Scotch, we've got Phoebe Grant. But out front, a little bit of a gap forming, 2 to 3. So is it a 1-2 race at the moment? Bird just struggling to keep in contact. Gee, Hall goes early though. So Sophie Hall's decided to really throw it down to Chloe Baldock. How will Chloe respond to this? She's up the tempo, but not panic. So Sophie's really pushed it out there. It's still early days, just over or hitting the 900 metre mark now.
I'm not a distance runner, but I like to think of that as like holding the elastic band in, not letting it snap, because she's done a really good job there. If you can just keep in touch, almost now having that head in front of you for the next 300 metres might actually help her in that last 2.
Yeah, I don't think Chloe would be worried too much as they go through 2:58 at the 1K mark. Chloe's responded beautifully here, so I think it was Sophie just trying to break now. Chloe's going just 1 out, 1 back, so she's in position to pass if she wants to. But what has happened though is that gap from 2 to 3 has really stretched out. So it's a race in 2 at front as they hit the bell.
These girls have similar personal bests at the moment, so they'll be able to challenge for those positions and both know that they're very capable athletes.
And also knowing they were coming into a bit of a breeze, it seems to have dropped off a little bit, but it's definitely a headwind into the home straight. So the tailwind is what they're going to have as they go down the back straight now. No real change apart from the fact that 1 and 2 are really clearing away from 3, who seems to be pretty safe. So Sophie Bird's sitting probably 30 metres behind, but has a 30-metre gap on the chasers. But out front, no real change. Hall and Baldock locked together.
Tim, I'm really looking forward to this last 200. It sets it up to be such a good finish.
As we said, Baldock's just sitting 1 out, 1 back, so always in that position. Sophie Hall's taking the shortest possible line around this track. She's right on the rails and just going for gold here. As they go fast as the water jump last time and they're going to come into the home straight, the race is on, Ella.
It absolutely is, and it's who wants it more and who's got that little bit extra in them that wants that Victorian state title.
So this crowd really has to get working here because Sophie Hall just starting to stretch it, but Baldock just starting to lift the intensity. It's going to be right down to the wire here. Hall on the inside, Baldock to the outside, but I think Hall just has that strength. Chloe's given it her absolute everything, but Sophie Hall will take home the under 16 1500, 4:30.54 unofficial. So great running from our 2 front runners there. Sadie Bird's going to hold on for a podium finish here. Next one through will be Sienna Mulmay, and Paige Tuddenham will have to settle for 5th position there. Then we'll have Lenny Hartley from Sandringham. Next one through will be Phoebe Grant. Then it's Amy Joy Duncan from Mentone. Brianna Coffey from Yarra Rangers. Then we have Bateman, Sandringham. Also her teammate there, Mel Herb. Next one in is Tunbury from Coburg Harriers. And our final finisher, Stella Haig from Glen Huntly, but that was a race and a half.
I love watching these juniors. They just take on these races so aggressively, and it's so exciting to see them willing to put it all on the line and have a crack.
Well, the beautiful thing about that, Sophie made what could have been a winning move fairly early, but Chloe kept her composure, got herself back into the race, and it really was on over that last lap and a half. Great racing from both young ladies. So a Hall double tonight. Sophie and James both taking the titles. So next event on the track will be the final of the men's under 16 1500 metres, 11 starters. Station 1 representing Ivanhoe Harriers, Leonardo Donarelli. Lenny Gray from Athletics Essendon is in Station 2. Alongside him from Eureka, you have Archie Grant in Station 3. Thomas Donner from Athletics Chilwell takes Station 4. From Wellington Athletics, Sydney Box, Station 5. Owen Roach from Mentone in 6. Also from Wellington Athletics, you have Oscar Woodhouse, Station 7. Harry McAllister from Sandringham in 8. Archie Sideridis from Glen Huntly, Station 9. Benji Carfoot, Uchuka Moama in 10. And from St Kevin's, Joshua Field, Station 11. 11 starters, the final of the boys under 16 1500.
For the men's 7-inch shot put and discus.
Yep.
Do you want me to call them at some point?
After this race, yeah. So Sideridis launches early, also going nicely in the early stages. It looks like it is the Eureka runner, and that's Archie Grant. Sideridis coming in as our top seed. He's the only man in this grouping that has broken 4 minutes for the 1500 at 3:57. So Sideridis definitely coming in with form. Grant sitting beautifully. Gee, he's already stretching them out. Donarelli's one to watch, former 800 Victorian champ. He's sitting in about 4th position at the moment. Woodhouse, the Wellington runner, he's sitting 3rd. Cross-country champion is Oscar Woodhouse. So he's just showing us what he's got here on track, and what he's got is pretty good. He's been running very well this season. So a bit of a gap between 4 and 5 at the moment, as we see McAllister slotting into that 5th position, but the gap now starting to widen with that top 4 moving away.
And all 4 of them looking extremely relaxed into that back straight. They'll be using that tailwind nicely to just kind of like keep that pace. As I say that, I think the tempo increased ever so slightly. So it is on, and they're racing for those medals early.
They certainly are. Now, it was about a 63 high as they went through that opening 400, which is sub 4 minute pace. The only man to have been in that area before is our current leader, and that is Archie Sideridis. So a bit of a step up for a few of the others. They're sitting around more like that 407, 409, but they're certainly not allowing Sideridis to get away with it at the moment. Grant sitting beautifully. Woodhouse probably one to watch here. He's a 403 runner, and I think with his progression over this season, you might find that Oscar Woodhouse might be a big factor at the tail end of this race. But Sideridis still doing the job out front. 2 laps out. Grant sitting beautifully in 2nd. Woodhouse gap then to Donarelli. Another big gap then to Lenny Gray taking up the running. Then now Uchuka Moama runner there in Benji Carfoot in the distinctive green and white uniform. So approaching 800 metres. Let's get a split on that one. They have softened it off a little bit, 2:10 thereabouts, so a 66-second lap.
Donarelli, he has a bit of a make or break moment. You want him to stay with that pack if he wants to be in that medal contention. So he's going to have to not let that gap get much bigger and slowly start to chip away at that.
Now, the 66-second lap should have worked well for Donarelli, but he is starting to drift a little bit. But you can see Woodhouse just sitting perfectly in that 3rd position. Grant now wedged between Sideridis and Woodhouse as they move like clockwork around this track. So 2:42 thereabouts at the 1 kilometre mark. They are flying. This is a really good pace that Archie Sideridis is setting, and it is really benefiting Grant. Grant comes in with a 4:07 time, but he's running well above that at the moment, but looking comfortable 1 lap out.
I think all these boys are setting their race up really, really well, and some really smart racing from the athletes trailing behind, just knowing that they can sit there, and then if they've got that little bit extra to kind of take him in the final 100, that's when they're going to, I think, have that attempt to do it.
Now, this is interesting because the stretch is coming from Sideridis, and the victim could be Woodhouse at this stage because Grant's not budging at all. Stride for stride down the back straight, we're seeing Sideridis and Grant. A little bit of a gap now to Oscar Woodhouse. So the question is being asked 200 metres out. Now Grant goes to the outside. So Archie Grant is 10 seconds off Sideridis in seeding, but he's not showing that form at all tonight as he really pushes Sideridis to the line. This is going to be very interesting. So Archie's being challenged here. Grant's going to go to the outside. outside. You can see the momentum and the tempo going up. Sideritis looks good. Has Grant got the legs? I'm not sure if he does. He's trying hard. Sideritis to the inside, Grant to the outside. This will be a massive run from Grant, but Sideritis will take it. He'll be crowned the champion, and it'll be just over the 4-minute mark. Great run from Grant, though. Woodhouse will come through for that third position. Donarelli's been in no man's land most of the race. He'll come through for fourth position. Gray not too far behind him. And then we'll have the race for the bragging honours here with McAllister just over the top of Carfoot. Next one through will be Field. Then we'll have Sydney Box in next position, and from Mentone we will have Owen Roach. But what a race that was.
That was a fabulous race there from Archie. He just held his own so well when he was being challenged in that last 150. And I think that really was the difference between gold and silver.
Certainly was. Just when you thought Archie was going to get taken over, he decided, no, I'm not going to have any of that. As you see, our final competitor coming through now. And this will be Thomas Donner from Athletics Chilwell. This will be our final finisher in the under 16, 1,500 metres.
Next medal presentation will be for the women's under 16 1,500 metre final. In third place and bronze medalist in a time of 4:41.61 from Glen Huntley, Sadie Bird.
All right, Sadie, you're on the wrong side. Doesn't matter.
In second place and silver medalist in a time of 4:31.02 from Doncaster, Chloe Baldock. And in first place and gold medalist today, Victorian champion in a time of 4 minutes 30.53 from Box Hill, Sophie Hall. Congratulations to our medalists in the women's under 16 1,500 metres.
So the field assembling once again on the far side of the track, and we're moving up the age groups now. The under 17 women will take their line here, and it's 11 starters. We'll introduce your field. In station 1, representing Athletics Essendon, Riddy Mader. In 2, from Ballarat YCW, Aria Violini. Station 3, from Coburg Harriers, Alia Hennessy Tetic. Station 4, from Diamond Valley, Isabella Napolitano. In 5, from Mentone, Vida Yanez. Station 6, representing Sandringham, Elizabeth Craig. From Doncaster, we have in Station 7, Madeline Kearney. In 8, from Box Hill, Lauren Tay. Station 9, from Glen Huntley, Layla Bruce. In 10, from Diamond Valley, Matilda Johnson. And rounding out the field from Morning Peninsula, Station 11, Asher Morrow. 11 starters, the final of the under 17 girls, 1,500. So away cleanly now. Let's see who wants to take the lead early in this one. I wouldn't be surprised if Johnson from Diamond Valley is a factor early. But some very close times here on the seating, around that 4:42, 4:44 mark, 4:43 for Tay. And it looks like there is quite a bunch as they start to settle themselves down coming around the top bend first time.
Definitely feel like this is the exciting race. When we see those times that are so close together, it's so exciting to know that it's probably going to be on from the very beginning.
It certainly will be. They'll be trying to assert themselves. Violini leads it. She's on the inside rails. It looks like it's Morrow to the outside. Kearney just out on her as well. And then we have Lauren Tay just sitting on the rails at the moment. Johnson sitting in good position. Craig to the outside of her. So that top 6 moving along nicely. A little bit of a gap then to Yanez from Mentone. But gee, it's a Yeah, good opening here, Alan. No one's really bolting at this point, and they're just letting the leaders, which is Violini and also Morrow, work their way forward, and they go through that first 400 metres in 73 seconds. So a tad over the 4:30 mark. So PB territory for the entire field, but I think you'll see them settle a little bit on this second lap, and that might allow Yanez just to bridge that gap and make it a lead group of 7.
Going through in a pace that kind of sets you up to run for some of these girls, you're looking at like nearly 15 seconds faster than their PBs. How does that really affect the rest of the race?
Well, it depends on this lap here, because this is usually the settle down lap, and they'll just get their rhythm before they start the kick home over that final 500 metres. And it's a matter of who just maintains their composure and who gets a good line, doesn't get boxed in, and also can stay comfortable. You can see Craig just getting a little bit antsy, and she goes to the outside, and she wants to get a little bit of clear space, because that can be the other issue. You do want to get a little bit of room. And now we're seeing Matilda Johnson starting to make her way forward. But, gee, strong group of 6. Kearney just to the inside there of Johnson, and then Tay. But Craig's 3 wide now as they go around the top bend.
Well, they're running like 2 groups of 3 wide coming around this top bend, so no one really wants to give up those positions, and no one's confident enough just to drop back on the rails and sit behind either.
Well, that's right. And this is where we'd see a Sophie Hall or one of those types just try and make a move to break it up, because it is very congested with so many running wide. The best line at the moment is Violini. She's got that inside rail. Morrow just one out and one back on her now. Johnson running wide, and I think Tilly Johnson might make a bit of a move soon.
So 2:32 for that second lap. Where does that kind of sit us at pacing-wise?
Well, that's dropping back to 80 seconds, which is 5-minute pace. So they have sort of sitting in the middle now in that mid-440s, which is where many of their PBs sit. So they're sitting back on pace. And I think we're approaching the 1K mark now, and then we're going to see a little bit more fireworks as they come into the home straight, into the breeze now. And like any race, no one wants to take the breeze, but someone has to. And Aria Violini still forcing the pace forward. 3:09, so probably a little bit slower than I'd expect through that 1 kilometre. And it is like a Melbourne Cup field with them going very wide here. So Matilda Johnson right out into lane 2 at the moment. She's going to have to come across if she wants that clean line. Every lane, as we know, an extra 7 metres journey. But now we're seeing Violini just kicking forward. She's done the leading. Now Johnson's the one who makes the big move. Beautiful move on the inside, or attempted move from Tay, just shoving Morrow out of the way. So Johnson's just controlling pace to the outside. Violini's done an awesome job of really pushing this forward, and she's not done with yet.
What I love is we still got a reasonable group there. You've got 4 girls still attacking for these places. And I wouldn't count out the athlete at the back. She's still hanging off the side of that pack there.
Yeah, well, attacking is what's exactly happening. There was a little bit of body contact, and there's a lot of pushing and shoving. Violini goes again, so this is a big run from Aria. She also ran the mile championship the other night and acquitted herself beautifully, but Matilda Johnson is oh so strong. So Tilly Johnson to the outside. Violini's done all of the leading, and if she gets the gold medal here, it'll be very well deserved. Can Johnson come over the top? I can't see Tay bridging that gap, and then we have Morrow in next position. The race once again is really on into the home straight. Violini still holding it. Johnson getting stronger and stronger over the last section. Violini really wants it. Johnson coming home strong. She has got the power. Looks like it will be Violini. He might just hold or go to the photo. I think Violini. Ella, what did you see?
I think Violini as well, but that's an exciting race.
What a race.
It really was. Which athlete, I was thinking, can hold their composure in that, and both of them did it fantastically.
Yeah, they both wanted that one. What a fantastic race. Let's wait for the photo on that. We will throw down shortly once we get our runners through here. So we're just seeing Yanez coming through next. Then we'll have Layla Bruce. Next position will be Hennessy Tetic. And it will be Napolitano and also Mata finishing off. And we'll go back down to Glenn Turner for our next presentation for another exciting race, which is our previous 1500.
Thanks, Tim. The next medal presentation will be for the men's under 16, 1500 metres, the Championship of Victoria. In third place and bronze medalist with a time of 4:03:31, representing Wellington, Oscar Woodhouse. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 4:01:43 from Eureka, Archie Grant. And in first place and gold medalist, Victorian champion in a time of 4 minutes, 0.97 from Glen Huntley, Archie Sidoritas. Congratulations to our medalists in the men's under 16, 1500 metres.
Want me to go? Do I have time to do?
can. Yeah. So just confirming the winner of the previous event, had a look at the photo finish. Aria Violini takes it just from Tilly Johnson. So Ali, you've got another field to announce.
Certainly do. We have a couple of field events in progress at the moment, but we'll go from our male discus. They've just, I think it's 3 throws at the moment. So we'll go from, I don't know if I've got them in order in terms of what their throwing order is, but I've got them in order at the moment. So those ones are in 8th at the moment from Windaree is Jai Atley, representing Wodonga. In 7 is Warren Struwig. Representing Essendon is Rajal Singhal Verk. Representing Diamond Valley is Jerome Naru. From Mentone in 4, you've got Tom Jeffrey. From Whittlesea in 3 is Thamath Jarawanda. And in Albury in 2nd is Johan Hislop. And in number 1 at the moment from Glen Huntly is Lincoln Corman. So that is the field for your male under 16 discus.
Thanks, Ella. Our next medal presentation will be for the Women's Under 16 High Jump Championship of Victoria. In 3rd place and bronze medalist with a height of 149, representing Knox, it is Isabel Linley. Well done. In 2nd place and silver medalist with a height of 159, representing Essendon, it is Bella Benays. And in 1st place and Victorian champion with a height of 159, representing Sandringham, Ada Saritas. And we also recognise the performance of the winner of the competition from Queensland with a height of 165, Isabella Crossley, receiving an invitation gold medal in the women's under 16 high jump.
And the last of our field events that is on our back straight at the moment, or look like they're just warming up, is our male under 18 long jump. So I will give them to you in the order that they are jumping. From Keilor St Bernard's, it is Christopher Morea. From Casey Cardinia, we have Benjamin Crowley. Representing Glen Huntly is Hayden Edwards. From Williamstown is Zach Sanderson. Representing Diamond Valley is Elliot Williams. From Box Hill, we have Harriet Dolman. Representing Athletics Southwest is Oakley Davis. And in Station 9, representing Sandringham is Mitchell Carney. That's the field for our men's under 18 long jump final. And I will throw back down to Glenn for another medal presentation.
Thanks, Ella Tobin. Next medal presentation is for the Women's Under 17 1500 metre Championship of Victoria. In 3rd place and bronze medalist in a time of 4 minutes, 38.78 from Mornington, Asher Morrow. In 2nd place and silver medalist in a time of 4:37.23 from Diamond Valley, Matilda Johnson. And in 1st place, 2 100ths of a second in front on 4:37.21 from Ballarat YCW, Aria Violini. Congratulations to our medalists in the women's under 17 1500, and clearly have brought a very loud cheer squad.
Thank you, Glenn, and it is a great cheer squad from YCW. Now we'll go across to the other side. We've got the first of our time finals here for the under 17, so there will be 2 time finals, 11 starters in time final number 1. From Sandringham, we've got Harry Barker in Station 1, South Bendigo's Tyler Finch in 2. Thomas Scott Mentone in 3, his teammate Monty Tucker in 4. Max Anderson from Ringwood, Station 5. Louay Benham from Mentone in 6. Jack Field from Ringwood in 7. Station 8 has from Albury Athletics Eddie Fransky. Ian Jessup Mentone in 9. Diamond Valley's William Quigley in 10. And from Traralgon Harriers, Dempsey Podmore, Station 11.
Reasonably close field, South Bendigo.
So fairly fast start. So our top seeds, plenty of Mentone colours here, the yellow and black out prominent at the moment, and we'll try and identify Scott. Thomas Scott usually likes to go out fairly quick, so we'll see if I've picked that one. But also we're looking at the likes of Tyler Finch being one of our top seeds. Thomas Scott definitely up there as well. Monty Tucker. The way Ben having a great season also from Mentone, watch out for him, and he's settled fairly well back at the moment, but as they settle, Field from Ringwood is starting to make his way through, and to the outside Tyler Finch is looking good, but it is Monty Tucker leading the way. So the Tucker from Mentone leading, Field, Finch. Then we've got Barker from Sandringham. Another one to watch out for, he's definitely on the improve, is Harry Barker from the Sandringham club, setting club records down on the Bayside club.
Similar to that last group there, we have a big group of athletes who can run a similar seed time. Now, they've just gone in through in 75. That's capable for most of this field.
Yeah, definitely. They're on about 4.5, 4.6 pace, so they're really looking quite solid. But it's been a good move by Tucker just to get things moving. No rubbish out there at the moment, no pushing and shoving, because he's got a really nice, steady pace going. And Jack Field's deciding he's just going to sit there in that position. He doesn't need to do much more. Finch is being held back a little bit, probably sitting in 4th or 5th at the moment. And you can see the red uniform of South Bendigo. Just in front of him, that will be Eddie Fransky from Albury in that lovely teal uniform of the Albury Athletic Club. And we're seeing them moving around nicely, and this is a very decent 1500.
Well, this is what we like. The whole field is still in medal contention. I mean, that's what you want in a time final, and these boys will know that they've got a time final after them, so they cannot sit and let these laps drop off. They really have to push through because you never know who's going to have a good run in the next one.
Yeah, you can see the hands coming out a little bit in the mid-pack there as bodies start to come together. Quigley's in a good position, the Diamond Valley runner, running wide, but he's got clear space out there. But we've seen a little bit of a move, and I think that might have been Fransky's decided to really put the foot down as they go through 2:13 at the 800.
Now they're starting to really string out, so that definitely, through that second lap there, making that call to go a little bit harder there.
Yeah, well, Fransky, Eddie, well, Alex, his brother, used to love getting out and just leading a race. Eddie's been a little bit more sits back in the pack, but that was a really good move because it's really thrown a cat amongst the pigeons as they go through the mid stages of this race, approaching the 1K mark. So Fransky leads from Finch. Field's still in good position, and he has been in good position the whole way through. Barker, that could be as they're coming through.
Most of this field, though, have responded really well. Like, we haven't lost too many, and everyone's still kind of in it. You can see as they're coming into that final lap here, they're bunching back up a little bit behind those first two.
Now, watch out for Thomas Scott because he is a speedster. So Scott from Mentone, he's making a big move here. Barker and also Ben AM locking arms as they come through at the bell.
So we have to remember that these athletes are not only fighting for the medals, but we have to wait for that second time final. So these boys really need to push it through to the line because you never know what happens in the next run.
Thomas Scott's the one who's really pushing the pace now. So Scott's really breaking out here. Can Fransky or Finch respond to that? Ben Ayoum starts to make a move. Has Barker got anything in his legs as well in this last bit? As we see Field also just starting to struggle. But into that last 200, and it is Thomas Scott from Mentone. He's one of our top seeds, but Scott really has worked this race out beautifully because he's established, I would say, a winning break as he comes through into the home straight.
There's a little bit of a challenge at the moment going on for third as well, so that'll be exciting to see who can hold their composure as they come into that final 100.
Scott leading from Fransky. Fransky starting to make a move here. Scott's probably done enough though. Good battle for third and fourth, and it will be Finch who just holds on to that position. But Scott will take it. 4-5. Great running. Fransky in next position. Then Tyler Finch. Ben Ayoum, Barker. Then we've got Field. I think that was coming through next. Anderson will be in next position. Podmore just coming over the top of Tucker. Quigley next to finish. And it will be Jessup who rounds out the field. But 4:05 winning time of the first of our two-time finals.
He has set himself up really well to put himself in that gold medal position.
So time final number 2, the under-17 boys 1,500 metres. We have 9 starters. Anthony Waltz from Athletics Southwest in Station 1. From Mornington Peninsula, Ryder Gilbert, Station 2. Callan Jordan, Western Athletics, Station 3. From Diamond Valley, Ashanaki takes 4. From Williamstown, Josh Slade in Station 5. Alongside him, Tom Goodson from Eureka in 6. Williamstown's Anthony Hine in 7. From Echuca Moama, we have Tommy Quirk in 8. And Walter Summers from Diamond Valley takes Station 9. So 4:05, the time to beat here. So they're going to have to be cruising along at about 65-second laps in order to be challenging. So let's see how the young men in time final number 2 in the under-17s cope with that pace. So
This
what about...
one's strung out early there, Tim.
Yeah, so they are going for it. They know what they have to do, and that's the beauty of being in the second of the time finals. They know what time they need to chase. So 4:05, 4:06, 4:07 would have been the positions on the podium. And it looks like it might be Tom Goodson from the Eureka Club, the yellow uniform, leading at the moment. Western Athletics, Callan Jordan in next position. Then from Southwest, you've got Andy Waltz. Next position on the track is the Echuca Moama uniform, the green and white.
I like that Tom Goodson here's just taken it out. He's taken it out hard. He knows what he needs to do. If he wants a crack at these medals, he's going to have to just see how it goes. And I think that's a really aggressive way to run a 1,500. It's a little bit nerve-wracking because 1,500 is a little bit of a long way, but I think his ability to back his confidence in this race will really be key.
Oh, what time did they say they need? 65. What does he run for his first lap? 65. So Goodson is the one who's really having a shot at this. So very unusual to come from the second heat and get onto the podium. We've seen it done before, even at Zatopek in the 3,000 metres has happened, but if you've got a championship type situation, but we saw in that first race that they were really going for it, and Scott really put down a very decent time. So Goodson's got to do it all by himself. Thomas Scott had plenty of company as he was cruising around this track here at Lakeside, but Tom Goodson's doing a great job. As we say, this second lap's usually the cruise lap, so I wouldn't be surprised if he drifts back to maybe a 68, 69 second lap. We're seeing the Western Athletics runner there and Callan Jordan just moving along nicely, and he's got Andy Waltz from Athletics Southwest sitting with him.
So as athletes start to come into that 2 lap to go kind of mark, as you said, they look like they've just dropped off a little bit.
Yeah, so it's 2:10 on the clock now. So we've gone from a 65 through to about a 69. So it has dropped a little bit. So Goodson will really need to come home flying over that last 500 metres if he wants to threaten for a podium position. Is hard to do from the second race, but gee, he's giving a good shot, Tom Goodson. So this is very strong running from the Ballarat runner.
He's doing it all on his own. So those on the sideline, maybe get around him a little bit. That little bit of extra crowd cheer from those on the sideline really does help to push our athletes through. So can we get him through for maybe a little podium spot?
But what we are seeing is the Western Athletics runner there in Jordan is just towing Waltz along beautifully, and I think the gap probably hasn't changed too much, but they would be sniffing blood as they go through the 1 kilometre and approach the final lap here. Goodson's still doing a good job. He looks fairly relaxed, Ella, but I think the gap is just starting to close in.
I absolutely agree with you there, Tim. They're just having a look there at how relaxed our Western Athletics athlete is in Andy and Callan. They just look relaxed, and as they start to kind of come into that 300 to go mark, that cadence picks up a little bit, and Goodson's cadence just dropping off a little bit. So we see those athletes just starting to make that ground up.
Now we're seeing Waltz making that bit of a move, so good timing here from Andy Waltz. We're also seeing in that chase pack the Mornington runner there in Ryder Gilbert starting to move away, taking Hine with him, but change of lead here, and it is Andy Waltz. Comes in with a 4:20 seed time, and I think he should be well under that as he really rounds the bend beautifully.
I think this also is going to drag the athletes behind him through as well, which is what we want in these championships. As much as they are about medals, it's also about personal bests.
Yeah, correct, and that's what they're running for here. And Andy Walsh just sitting back beautifully there with Callan Jordan for so much of the journey. He's just come over the top of Goodson, who was brave, but it will be Andy Walsh who takes it. It's going to be a personal best here for Walsh, I'd say. He's going to be well under the 420 mark, so he'll be happy with that. 416, Goodson, he comes through and a little bit over that, and it will be probably a personal best also for Goodson, and also for Callan Jordan will be thereabouts, I'd say. Nice finish here from Ryder Gilbert. 4:32 is his best time, so it looks like he's broken that. Hine will be next one through, and then we will have Quirk from Chukamoama, who is a 4:35 runner, and next one through will be Ashanaki, representing Diamond Valley, and Josh Slade next in, and also from Diamond Valley, it'll be Walter Summers, our final finisher here. He's got a best time of 5:13, so Summers is going to break right on the 5-minute mark there for Walter.
It does mean that our athletes from that first time final, almost that were in like a little bit of a hot seat situation, get to breathe and really celebrate that medal there now.
We do love a hot seat. So we'll just go back down to Glenn Turner in presentations.
Not sure how to follow that one, Tim. Next medal presentation will be the men's under-16 discus. In third place and bronze medalist with a throw of 42.82, representing Whittlesea, Timoth Jayanwandana. Congratulations. In second place and silver medalist with a distance of 44.52 from Albury, Jonah Hislop. And in first place and gold medalist today, Victorian champion with a distance of 53.36 from Glen Huntly, Lincoln Corman. Congratulations to our medalists in the men's under-16 discus competition. Our next medal presentation will be the men's under-17, 1,500 metres. In third place and bronze medalist today at a time of 4:06.76 from South Bendigo, Tyler Finch. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 4:05.97 from Albury, Eddie Fransky. And in first place, now gold medalist today in a time of 4:05.02 from Mentone, Thomas Scott. Congratulations to our medalists in the men's under-17, 1,500 metres.
So we move from time finals back to a straight final. It is the under-18 girls, 1,500 metres. So you can see them lining up. And we do have Lily Baker from Mentone, Station 1. Jemima Lord, Glen Huntly takes Station 2. Station 3 from Athletics, Essendon, Sana, Jaya Singer. In 4 from South Bendigo, Chelsea Tickle. Station 5 from Glen Huntly, Mia Jade Gray. Serena Bryan, also from Glen Huntly, she's in Station 6. Sky Howard from Athletics Chilwell in 7. Monique Williams, Box Hill in 8. Bridget Williams, South Melbourne takes Station 9. From Yarra Rangers, Zoe Clark in 10. And Jasmine Hume from Glen Huntly, Station 11. All right. So it'll be interesting to see who wants to take the lead here. So we've already got Mia J. Gray in this field, has a World Under-20 qualifier. She ran 4:21.96 at Milers Club meet number 3. But this looks a lot more like a championship race, Ella, because it is a championship race and the foot has gone right off the pedal.
It's incredibly slow. I'm a sprinter and I think I could be well in this race, and that normally wouldn't be the case.
So it'll be interesting to see who wants to take this. Gray with a 4:21 is the standout performer. She's probably at least 15 seconds ahead of any other seed in this field. But Mia's just deciding she just is going to play along because...
Tim, I think I should run down and join them at this point. I think I'd have just about enough time to get up from the booth here down to
So
that
you can
start
see a
line.
little bit of a move now starting to happen. Mia's still sitting back.
It is a potential opportunity for Mia there to practice a different type of racing. Maybe she does want to try and come from the back or be patient and work on that kick. Having those opportunities to race in different type of races, you don't often get that. You often have a race plan and you stick to that quite similarly. So being able to have a bit more of a versatile race plan could be a good thing for her.
It's not a bad thing at all. So she's sitting along Sana Jayasinger. So 1:23, so that's 5 minute plus pace at the moment. And it is Serena Bryant leading the way. Jasmine Hume, I think, might have slipped into next position. You can see Bridget Williams sitting up. She's sitting in 4th position. Gray and Jayasinger in next spot. And Mia's just sitting right in the midfield.
It's nice to see Bridget in that field. She was actually, I think, a year 7 when I was in year 12 at Albert Park. So it's nice to see how these younger athletes come up as I get older, I guess.
Yeah, well, Bridget has gone on to win a state cross-country champ, so she knows what she's doing, and she is pretty good on the track as well in those distinctive red and white colours. So Glenn Huntley 1-2. Looks like it might be... Who's sitting in 3rd position there? That is Chelsea Tickle, of course, in the South Bendigo red, and then it's the red and white South Melbourne. Then Grace just starting to get a little bit of a move on. Jayasinger, just off the back of her is Zoe Clark, and then we have Monique Williams from Box Hill, but it is still Serena Bryant leading.
Gray just looks comfortable, in control. She doesn't look worried. It's like when you watch those big international races and you see those athletes and the likes of Inga Britton just sit back and know their capabilities and know they can kick and hold pace if they need to. And as you can see, those athletes are starting to make moves there, and she is certainly covering them.
Yeah. So the pace has definitely gone on. So Tickle sitting in 2nd position behind Bryant. Then we got Williams and Gray in next position, probably 2 of our favourites. So Gray now drawing alongside Williams and starting to move forward. So unlike all the other 15s we've seen this evening, second lap was definitely a lot quicker than the first lap.
And it is Gray just starting to make that move. It's not a pull the trigger kind of move, it's a gradual one, but I think that slow burn can even really hurt those competitors, because you've got to keep up with her as she continues to accelerate.
So around 3:17 through the kilometre, so very comfortable there for me, J Grade. Now we're starting to see her form. So who can chase? Tickle has got plenty of speed in those legs, so does Williams, but we're just seeing the class of Gray just coming through now as you'll hear the sound of the bell.
She's just such a smooth mover, and her contact time off the ground is so short.
So she already has a World Under-20 qualifier under her belt. I don't think she'll get that time this evening, but she is showing her class here in this Under-18 competition, which is a pretty decent age grouping here in Victoria over the 1,500 metres. Williams and Tickle, though, what a race we're seeing there.
Absolutely. I think it'll come down to who can hold their composure, similar to what we've seen in those last few races. They'll come into this last 200 and really have to fight for it.
So Gray out by about 15 metres. Bridget Williams, Chelsea Tickle now in that battle for that silver and bronze position, because we won't see Mia J. Gray getting run down from here. As Alice said, that smooth movement as she comes into the home straight, nothing's changed. She's bite at a time. She's looking strong. She's into the home straight now. So Mia J. Gray, she will take the victory here in the under-18s. Now Tickle just gets ahead of Williams. She's moved herself beautifully into that silver medal position. Bridget Williams will hold on to the bronze from that position, but it will be Mia J. Gray stopping the clock. If I could see the clock, it's about 4 something or other. And
4:43.
Then 4:43. Then Tickle, Williams in next position. Then we'll have Jasmine Hume for 4th. Clark will come through for 5th. Early leader there, Bryant. She'll settle for 6th. Then Jayasinger. Next one through will be Monique Williams. Then we'll have Sky Howard from Chilwell, fairly new on the scene here. And next one through, Lily Baker. And our final finisher will be the next of the Glen Huntley runners, and that will be Jemima Lord. But good running there. Mia J. Gray just playing with the field a little bit there, Ella Tobin, and I think well paid. Well, as you said, good change of tactics. Just try something different, because when she goes to nationals, where it really counts for those spots for the World Under 20, you don't know what tactics you're going to need. So it's good to try something different.
Particularly at the moment, we've got such strong fields with such a number of athletes qualifying. Like in those 8 and those 1,500 metre races, we're potentially looking at having the whole finals qualified, if not more of those athletes. So it won't come down to who needs to run the qualifier when. It'll come down to who can race the race the best.
And that's what the selectors will be looking for sure.
So we're getting to the end of our program now. Big day for some of these kids. I mean, reminding everyone that most of them probably went to school this morning at about 8 a.m. or 9, depending on where school is. So that's a big stint to be doing.
So our runners are getting prepared. Final event will be time finals once again. This is the under 18 boys, and there will be 2 time finals with 10 competitors in each. Time final 1 of 2, the boys under 18 1,500 metre final. In station 1, representing athletics, Chilwell, Lachlan Thomas. In 2, representing athletics, Essendon, Miles Thompson. From Knox, station 3, we have Jet Keeley. Station 4, from Old Zavarians, Alexander Brain. Station 5, from athletics, Essendon, Patrick Kavanagh. Station 6, from athletics, Nunawading, Shevin Hetriachachi. Station 7, representing Doncaster, Harry Maddox. In 8, representing Diamond Valley, Brodie Batt. Max Reid from Sandringham takes station 9. And our final competitor in time final number 1, Oscar Wright from Nunawading in 10. Hiriachi starts to get things moving on the inside lane. Thomas, watch out for him, very good over the 800. His 15 time probably not equating to what he's been doing in the 800s recently. But Shevin Hedriarchi from Nunawading, he's the one who's got them off to a good start here, Ella. This is going to be, unlike that previous race, they are going for it from the start.
Yeah, and we just were chatting about before that this race is quite open, and we have to remember that this is time final number 1 of 2. So those boys cannot afford to do what those girls did in this previous race, because then it does come down to that second race. So they'll be wanting to put some time out to make the second race a little bit nervous.
That's right. So they've got to make them work for the times in the second race, as we saw in the previous time final. But Hedriarchi is leading from Keeley. Sitting nicely there, Oscar Wright. Probably not coming in with one of the best seed times at 4:09, but we know Oscar Wright's form. This guy knows how to win races. So he's sitting in good position there. Maddox is one to watch out for. He's in the yellow uniform of Doncaster, and he's just starting to make his way through now. So opening lap, 66. So not quick, not slow, not quick. So it's a good opening lap from Shevin. He's really setting them up. And I think this will be a little bit of strategy, but also a very good kick down later in the race.
Well, and based on what I'm seeing, comparatively to those other races, it doesn't look like they're quite going to settle in that second lap. It'll kind of keep increasing. And as you said, that 66 second lap wasn't so fast, so it probably needs to do that.
Yeah, you might find this is a bit of a wind-up race, I'd say. They will be just getting the pace up and up and up as they proceed through on consecutive laps. But Shevin Hedriarchi from Nunawading still leading the way, right to the outside there. Just watching for Alex Brain. He's just sitting on the rails right next to Maddox at the moment. He's another one to watch out for. Lachlan Thomas, as I said, I've yet to see him run a a 1500 that he'd be proud of the time. Could tonight be it? So Thomas sitting there, 4th position currently. Maddox on his shoulder. Not a bad place for Harry Maddox to be, actually, because if you want to watch someone's move off a sedate pace, it's going to be Lachlan Thomas with his his 800 metre speed. Wright's another one to watch out for, though. He does a good 800. So 2:14. So they're just going along nicely at the moment. Didn't wind up as much as I thought. I think the fireworks will come in the last 500.
Well, our leader out in Hederatic in first, he just looks so comfortable and relaxed. Like, he is leading, and I guess that does put a little bit more pressure on the body, but he seems to be taking it really well. Yeah,
Shevin race hardened. He's doing quite a lot of racing in this stage of the season, and he's good over the 8 and the 15 through to 3K, so he's got range as well. Will he be there at the end? I think we've got some big guns just sitting off the back of him at the moment. And Wright and Maddox are the ones who are starting to look like they're going to make the moves. I'll be interested to see what Brain can do as well. But now Maddox is the first one to really take a move. Well, sorry, Jet Keeley is the one who went. So it's Keeley, Maddox, then Wright. Thomas sitting back. Now we're seeing a little bit of a move too from Brodie Batt. But Maddox goes to the front.
This is true, but the whole field has responded quite well. Like, we're not quite, or now, as I say, that was just starting to see some gaps form. But as they come through that last lap, 3:18, does that set them up well?
Yeah, now the race is really on. So we're seeing Maddox and Wright and Thomas now coming into it. I'm not sure if Keeley can mix it with those guys based on 800s, and it's going to be a real battle of the 800 runners here. And Maddox, 3:51 for the 1500. Oscar Wright's coming in of a 4:09 seed time, but you know he's better than that. So side by side as they come into the home straight, this is on.
Again, it'll come down to who can hold their composure in that last 100.
So Maddox is strong. He's got the 1500 metre strength. Wright's better over the 8, and it looks like Maddox is just going to run away with it. That 3:51, that really abides his time beautifully, and Maddox will take it. 4:00, beautiful run, right in second position. Thomas probably ran a PB tonight, so he'll be happy with that. Brain into 4th, then Keeley. Next one through was Kavanagh. Brodie Batt in next position. Thompson also through, and also Max Reeve. So another interesting race, but yeah, the cream of the crop, Harry Maddox with that 3:51 seed time coming through to take out the under-18s, and I think that's going to be a hard time to beat. But let's go back to presentations with Mr. Glenn Turner.
Thanks, Tim Crosby. The next medal presentation is for the women's under-18 1500 metres, the Championship of Victoria. In third place and bronze medalist in a time of 4:48.56, representing South Melbourne, Bridget Williams. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 4:46.98, representing South Bendigo, Chelsea Tickle. And in first place today and gold medalist and Victorian champion in a time of 4:43.51 from Glen Huntly, Mia Jade Gray. Congratulations to our medalists in the women's under-18 1500 metres.
Thank you, Glenn. Now we go across for our final race on the track this evening, and it is time final number 2 of the under-18 boys. So Ollie Burt from Ballarat YCW, he is in Station 1. Alongside him from Mornington Peninsula, Charlie Stone in 2. Ned Skinner, Sandringham takes 3. Ethan Wong from Old Scotch, Station 4. William Hughes from Mornington, Station 5. Yanni Saritas, Sandringham, Station 6. Josh Lewin from St Kevin's, Station 7. Andre Fowler from Athletics Essendon in 8. Aidan Thompson from Athletics Essendon in 9. And Blake Sully-Yedoff from Yarra Rangers in Station 10. .400 the time to beat here, so they're going to be needing 64-second laps or under in order to take or get onto the podium here this evening for our under-18 competition. So setting off nicely at the moment. Trying to get a gauge of our leaders as they come back round.
I think it is the Sandringham athlete in 1, so that would be Yanni Saritas.
Yeah, so we got Skinner as well in the field, so we'll watch for their hip numbers as they come through. To the outside, you've got one of the Essendon runners. I think that's Thompson. So Skinner it is, and also Thompson leading the way. On the rails there, you've got Ollie Burt. And to the outside, you've got the St Kevin's runner, and that is Lewin. So it'll be interesting to see this. Well, it's not going to be a 64, more like probably around a 68 to 70 as they go through the 400 in 69.91. So Thompson leads, Skinner, Lewin, then we have Burt. From Mornington, you've then got Hughes in next position. They are starting to stretch it out, so I think they saw that opening split and thought, gee, we better get moving.
Well, and you could see because they were bunched up and then all of a sudden they weren't. So they're really starting to string out. You have that leading pack of 6 that you really want to work together now. As we said, it's not just about medals at these championships. It is about going out, having a crack and potentially putting a PB on that board. So those boys should definitely be pretty much doing the best that they can to see what they can do over this distance.
So our top seeds are out front at the moment. Thompson's around the 4:14, 4:15 for Skinner, but I think Skinner can go faster than that. Same with Lewin. He comes in for 4:17, but he ran a very good 800 on Saturday night. Surprised by Burt. That's a good run here. Also Hughes tracking along nicely, but he is a 4:17 runner. Burt comes in for 4:26. So Ollie Burt from YCW running very, very well. He just needs to stick into that bunch. So 2:17 thereabouts for the 800.
Pace has stayed fairly similar first 2 laps.
Yeah, so race in 5 at the moment. Hughes now just starting to make a move on Burt. He wants to keep in touch with that lead group of 4. So they'll be looking to run PBs here because they are running a solid race. So they are in PB territory for some of these athletes. So let's see if Thompson, and this is Aidan Thompson, one of the Thompson twins, can keep that momentum going.
As they come into that bell lap, they'll be knowing there's only that 400 metres to go, and that's when they really, really want to start to wind it up. Those athletes are even bunching now. It's that kind of, you can tell that they're coming into that last lap. A little bit of change in who's first and who's leading, and the athletes start to bunch up and get ready to have a little bit of a run-off in this last 400.
So Josh Lewin takes the lead. Burt's just got to hang on here if he wants to get a PB to stick with the boys out front. So it is Lewin. Skinner in next position, then Thompson. Hughes looks like he's going to make a move on Thompson as they go round the top bend last time. But Lewin moving beautifully down the back straight, taking Skinner with him, and that gap 2 to 3 is really starting to widen out. Burt holding on beautifully and might be rewarded for PB here this evening.
So these 2 athletes have PBs sitting around 4:15 and 4:17. So what can we do to really push them through this last 200 to see if they can come home with a shiny new PB?
Yeah, well, Skinner's the one who makes the move. As I said, I think Ned can go quicker than the 4:15 PB that he's got. It's 3:53 on the clock now, so I think we're looking at both these young men sitting around that low 4:10s. So it's going to be a good finish here. And it is Skinner, Lewin to the outside, Skinner on the inside, really starting to get those arms pumping and getting the momentum. So it looks like Ned Skinner's going to take out the B race. Won't be on the podium, but it could be rewarded with a bit of a PB here for Ned Skinner taking out the race from Josh Lewin. William Hughes coming through for next position from Mornington Peninsula. Thompson and also Burt. So Burt, I think, will get a big PB there of about 4 seconds. Next one through will be Salayedov from the Uara Rangers Club. And then we will have Yanni Saritas from Sandringham. Andre Fowler will be next one through for Athletics Essendon. And Charlie Stone will take the next position there, just under the 450 mark. So it looks like our medalists will come through from that first time final, so if they could make their way to presentations. And we will make our way to presentations now. Glenn Turner, you're up.
Thanks, Tim Crosby. This is a medal presentation for the men's under 18 long jump in 3rd place and bronze medalist with a distance of 6 metres 39 from Glen Huntley, Hayden Edwards. In 2nd place and silver medalist with a distance of 6 metres 45 from Athletics Southwest, Oakley Davies. And in 1st place, gold medalist and Victorian champion with a jump of 7 metres 08 from Box Hill, Harrison Dolman. Congratulations to our medalists in the men's under 18 long jump.